TitleMatchNetwork.com.
Welcome to another edition of the RF Video Shoot interview series. Today we're joined by Eric Bischoff. Thanks for being here today with us.
Thank you.
10 years in the making, probably. I tried to get you for a really long time. So
yeah, it's been a while.
Yeah. My very first question to you, let's talk about your background. Before you came into the wrestling business, you grew up in Detroit. What are your memories of growing up in that area?
Well, you know, I was born there in 1955, and I left in, I believe, 1968 or 69. So I was very young, you know, when I left. But I lived in a part of town, 10 Mile and Gratiot, not too far from 8 Mile. But it was, in many ways, it was a great place to live as a kid. It was before Detroit was really in a big decline. It was a tough neighborhood in many respects, but in other respects, there were some great families, and I enjoyed growing up there in many respects. But it was a tough place to live. Watched wrestling as a kid there on CKLW, Big Time. I think it was called Big Time Wrestling.
Yep, Big Time Wrestling
on CKLW Channel 9 every Saturday morning, right before or after Sky King. So that was a ritual for me on Saturday mornings.
Who were some of the guys that you liked to watch on TV back then for Big Time Wrestling?
You know, it's hard for me to remember, and I moved around a lot as a kid. So as you know, when you move from one region of the country to the other, back then at least, the wrestlers kind of crossed over in some respects. But I remember the Sheik and Bobo Brazil, and
Art Thompson.
I believe that Dick the Bruiser was there at that time. So.
Did you go to any house shows at
all? No.
Okay, so you just watched it on TV as a fan?
No. Yeah, as a kid, you know, both my mom and dad worked. We only had one car. So on Saturday mornings, when both my parents were working, that was my little brother and I. That's, you know, was our time to sit and control the one television in the house and watch wrestling. So
early on, did you want to get into the wrestling business? Because, you know, almost every little kid wants to be a wrestler when they grow up. So
no, you know, that's what's really ironic is at no time in my life did I ever think about, anticipate, you know, wonder how to get into the wrestling business. It never occurred to me that I'd be anywhere near the wrestling business. I always enjoyed it. You know, I watched it in Detroit growing up. When I moved to Pittsburgh, I was a big fan of wrestling in Pittsburgh. I moved to Minneapolis and still continue to watch it. And that was where some of my most vivid, you know, recollections of wrestling, you know, took place when I was a kid. But at no time did I ever imagine that I would be in the business.
Talk about your professional life before you got into the wrestling business.
Now I know why you wanted to do this over the course of an 8-hour day.
Yeah.
You know, I've done a lot of things. I used to joke around that I think I've had a job that begins with every letter in the alphabet, but like 2 or 3. There's really not much I haven't done. I don't think I've ever been a zookeeper. I couldn't think of anything that started with a Q. Other than that, I think I've got it pretty much covered. But professionally, I guess, anything I did over an extended period of time, you know, starting with before I got into wrestling, I was a sales manager for a food processor, basically. And I had salespeople working underneath me, despite what, you know, some of the things that have been said and written and expounded upon creatively. But I was a sales manager. I hired and trained and managed a team of salespeople that worked for a food processor, and they sold food, you know, residentially, but in large bulk and volume. So I was doing that before I got into wrestling. Prior to that, I was in martial arts. I managed a karate school. I competed as a kickboxer, both as an amateur and for a very short period of time as a professional. Fought on ESPN. So I was very involved in that for a long period of time, but it didn't pay the bills.
College background?
You know, I went to college. I was there for about 5 minutes at a couple parties, but I got thrown out of the dorm when I was a freshman for playing just a little too hard.
Right.
And never went back. I tried to go back. I went to the University of Minnesota for a short period of time, but I was really I couldn't afford it, and my interests weren't really there.
So you're pretty much a true entrepreneur. You're pretty much self-made.
Always have been. You know, while I was at the University of Minnesota, I started a landscape company because I had always done landscaping in the summer times, you know, when I was in high school. And I started a landscape company with a friend of mine, and I don't know how we did it, but we grew it to be one of the largest commercial landscape companies in Minneapolis back at the time.
Let's talk about your relationship with Sonny Ono. You actually met him before you were in the business, and you created the Ninja Star Wars toys.
Yeah, Sonny and I go back to the days when I was very involved in martial arts. And Sonny was a martial arts school owner in Mason City, Iowa. And he and I first met on the tournament circuit. And he was very close to some of the people that were in my school, and some of the black belts in my school. And Sonny was a very prolific competitor. He was a great kickboxer in his day, and he was also very good in the portion of tournament competition called kata or form. He's
Right.
one of the best in the country, actually. So we became very, very close, and I've told the story many times. It's in my book, but one night he and I were sitting down, probably in a bar, and I'm sure there was a couple beers involved. And he's almost the same age I am. And we were talking about how ironic it was that at the same period of time, he was a kid growing up in Tokyo, just outside of Tokyo, and I was a kid growing up just outside of Detroit. And we were kind of comparing notes on what our respective lives were like, during that period of time. And he used to tell me that, yeah, when I was a kid, we'd run around, we'd pick up milk bottle caps, I think is what they were. And they would, play tag with them. In Detroit, we would go around and we'd just pick up, big clumps of dirt and rocks and shit in the street and chuck that at each other, and we'd play army, or we'd have war with rocks. Just bloody but fun. But we compared those notes, and somehow, I don't know how we did it, but somehow we came up with the Ninja Star Wars game idea, and
There you go.
there you go.
You met with AWA initially to try to pitch getting advertising for Ninja Star Wars. How did you end up with the company just a few months later?
That was really an interesting coincidence. Sonny and I were both very long on confidence and very long on ambition, and very short on knowledge and experience when it came to marketing a kid's game. He had no idea how to do it.
Right.
But we designed a hell of a game. We found a manufacturer over in Korea. We begged, borrowed, stole, leveraged everything we had to get these games manufactured. And lo and behold, at one point, a truckload of 10,000 of these games showed up, because you can't make 2 or 3 of them. You got to make a bunch of them. So we had all these games shipped to my house. I stashed them in every corner of the house, and my friend's house, and my neighbor's house, because we didn't have a warehouse. And then we went, okay, now how do we sell these damn things? And we struggled. We did little demos in malls, and kids loved playing them, but we just couldn't really figure out how to get them on the shelves at the retail level. So I remember sitting at home one afternoon. I was watching ESPN, and that was when the AWA was on ESPN, like at 3 o'clock in the afternoon in Minneapolis. And I thought, wait a minute now. I know for a fact Vern Gagne supports amateur wrestling. I had met Vern previously, and I wrestled in Minnesota in high school. And I know that he'll take a meeting if I just get him on the phone. So I literally picked up the phone, called the AWA offices, just cold, out of the blue. And it was very spontaneous. And I told them who I was, and I made sure they understood I was a wrestler at Minnetonka High School in 1973. And, I'd met Vern before at the regionals in Mound, where he went to high school. So it worked, and I got a meeting with Vern and the entire team that Vern had working for him at the time. And I went in with a couple games, and I just pissed my ass off. I put little vests on everybody and broke out a couple games. And before you knew it, Greg Gagne and his secretary and Vern and a couple of people, they're throwing these stars at each other and they're sticking to them. They had a blast. And essentially we did a deal that basically said, I'll cover the games, which I had already done. I'll handle all the fulfillment or the shipping of the games. And whatever we make, if you do the advertising on your show, and I'll even produce the commercial, which I had no idea how to do. But if I produce a commercial, I'll do the games, I'll handle the fulfillment, you advertise it, and we'll split the money 50-50. I said, sure, let's give it a shot. So we did. And we sold some games, and we learned a lot about fulfillment and shipping and
Right.
credit card orders in the process. Got a very good education. It ultimately didn't work very well from the game perspective, but I, in the process, developed a relationship. And Vern saw that I was a good salesman. I really was. I was passionate about the game. I was energetic and young. And Vern literally offered me a job handling his syndication at AWA as a result of the experience with the game.
And did you know anything at that time about syndication at all, or?
Not really. Not really. I learned pretty quickly. I mean, sales is sales.
Right.
Once you learn a little bit, you learn your product, you learn your customer, you get in your car and you go knock on doors. It doesn't really matter too much unless you're selling something very technical. Sales is sales. You just have to learn your market, learn your customer, learn your product, and work your ass off. And I did. I was so enthused, because at that point, when I got the job at AWA, first of all, it was, I think it was like $600 a week, which at that time seemed like a fair amount of money to me. And just the idea of being involved in the wrestling business and the business side of it was so exciting to me. Working for Vern was so exciting to me that it was easy for me to learn what I had to learn. And, I had a lot of passion by the time I got to whatever television station I was going to pitch it.
What were the day-to-day operations like for you in the AWA?
Well, it changed a lot, from the period of time that I started in syndication to, the way it ended up. It changed very rapidly for me. But I've always focused just on syndication. Um, I'd go into the office a day or 2 days a week, maybe Monday, Tuesday, and then I'd go out on the road. I'd go into Iowa, I'd go into Nebraska, I'd go to the Dakotas, I'd go into Wisconsin, wherever there was a regional television station where Vern wanted to promote live events. My job was to go to the independent television stations in those markets and try to sell the show. So it was a day or two in the office and then a day or 2 or 3 out on the road and back home.
Did you go to any shows at all? Or
Oh,
you
yeah.
pretty much, okay, so
Oh,
you
yeah.
hung around. Okay.
Of course.
All right. What were your impressions of Vern and Greg around this period of time?
Well, I looked up to Vern and still do to this day. And Greg. There's still now. Greg and I haven't talked now in about a year and a half, but that's not because of anything other than distance and time. But I was very respectful of Vern and grateful to him for giving me a job in the business, and I really enjoyed it. We became friends through that period of time. I used to go hunting with Vern and Greg on the weekends, and we'd spend family time together. I'd go over to their house on Christmas, and um, got him a dog as a gift, a hunting dog that I knew he really liked. So we really became pretty close friends.
Do you think Vern knew he was towards the end of his run as a promoter around this period of time? Because I think this was his final year in business, right?
Well, I went to work for him in '87,
Okay.
and I think I was there for a couple of years. So,
Okay.
Look, Vern was, and in spirit always will be, one of the most stubborn, tenacious, aggressive people that I've ever really known. And sure, he knew he was having, he had to know he was having financial difficulties, but he refused to believe that his formula and his approach to business ultimately would not be successful. And he refused to quit. That's part of why he became successful in the first place. I think towards the end, he realized that, he was 70 years old and financially he was getting his ass kicked. And that was mostly because of the local government in Minnesota, through a law called eminent domain, was taking all of his property, which is where all of his money was, and offering him a quarter of what it was really worth. And that was really his biggest asset. So when that happened, it really took the wind out of his sails.
Did you ever interject and maybe give him some ideas on thoughts that you... No? Okay. Not at all.
No, I was never able to. That just wasn't my role.
Okay. All right. Did you get to interact with any of the talent there at the time? Like maybe Wahoo McDaniel or any of the boys?
Sure.
Okay.
Sure. In fact, Wahoo McDaniels gave my son Garrett his very first bump in the business. Garrett came to work with me one day, and I think he was like 3 or 4 years old, and Wahoo and I and Ray Stevens and Greg were kind of hanging around. I think it was at the end of the day. We were just hanging around the lobby, shooting the breeze. And Wahoo was wrestling around with my son, and he kind of picked him up and started shaking him around a little bit, having fun with him, and he accidentally dropped him on his head. So, yeah, and I like I said, I hunted with Wahoo and Ray and Greg and had a lot of fun with them. Kurt Hennig, I got to interact with, and Medusa, and that's where I got to know her. So yeah, I got some good friends.
What about Nick Bockwinkel? Early memories of Nick?
Well, yeah, he's one of my favorite wrestlers of all time. I didn't really work with Nick hardly at all in Minnesota. A little bit as when I took over as the guy doing the interviews, I occasionally had to interview him, but Nick and Vern conducted most of their business together, and I was really never a part of that process.
Larry Nelson disappeared, and he no-showed promo day, and you ended up doing TV interviews. What are your memories of that day? That was the I guess the famous DUI. Whatever happened to him? Yeah,
and Larry, rest in peace. Larry was a great announcer. The only real disadvantage about Larry is he was a big guy. I think he was like 6'2" or 6'3", if I remember. He was a really big guy. And, of course, when you're the announcer, you're the guy holding the stick, especially with someone like Vern, who was really, really focused on, perception and all. That was his disadvantage. But he had a great voice. He had a great sense of timing. But Larry liked to have a cocktail or two. And I guess he went out one night and had a cocktail or two, and it was just wrong place at the wrong time, and didn't make it to work the next morning because he was trying to get bailed out of jail. And in the interim, Vern had flown all of his talent because he did this once a month. He would fly 30, 40, 50 people, however many people were on his shows. He would fly them all in once a month, and they would spend an entire day or 2 days doing what they called back then market edit promos that would be inserted in the local shows. You do the same interview over and over and over again, but instead of me wanting to kick your ass in Chicago, I'd be kicking your ass in Milwaukee, and then I'm going to kick your ass in Beloit, and on and on and on. Well, Vern Gregg had flown all these people in, and they're waiting and waiting and waiting, and there's no Larry. And it became apparent that there was an issue. And I don't know whose idea it was. I think it was Greg's. He said, well, Eric's here. He's a good-looking guy. He's a model. He did commercials, and he's got a tie on. I think I was the only person in the building that actually had a tie at the time. And said, come on in here. We're going to do this. Whoa. Okay. I had no idea that it was going to happen.
Were you comfortable?
No.
Okay.
Oh, it was horrible.
Yeah.
It was a disaster. And I got to tell you, the first one I did, I don't know the first person I did. The first person I did, it may have been Brad Ringens, or somebody who was really trying to help me. It was the first one, and it was horrible. But it was Larry Zbyszko is the one I remember the most, because I got to Larry, and I'm trying to remember, everything that I'm supposed to remember, because it was just, you had to hit a bunch of points in 30 seconds and then give them time to talk and close it up. And it was nerve-wracking for me because I'd never done it before. And I had the guy standing behind the camera, giving me, I'm going, what the hell, what does this mean? I don't know. What does this mean? I don't know. But I get wound up, and I'm trying really, really hard. I think Larry at the time was a world heavyweight champion, so it was kind of an important thing. And I set the whole thing up, and I looked at Larry, and I handed him the mic, and he just busts out laughing. I mean, he couldn't control it. He was belly laughing. I thought he was going to cry. And, of course, everybody else in the room did too. And I was laughing on the inside, but I wanted to, put an ice pick in my thigh on the outside. It was, so embarrassing. But we got through it, and it was temporary. It was not supposed to last. It was just supposed to do one day. And then they hired somebody else to come in and do it. And he was actually worse than me. And then I did it again the following month. And then he hired somebody else, and that didn't work out. And I did the following month. And after about 6 months of that, I got to the point where I was almost tolerable.
Let's talk about Diamond Dallas Page also. You had an early relationship with DDP. Is it true that you guys almost got into a drunken brawl? And that's how you ended up being friends or at all? Or?
I don't know if it was almost a drunken brawl. It was almost a fight.
Okay. What's the story there?
Oh, wow. Well, this is my perspective, but I'm sure DDP has his own. But Page was always a very loud, obnoxious, in a lovable kind of way now that I know him. But back then it was just loud, always getting himself over, promoting, pushing, just nonstop. And he's still that way to this day. But I know him differently now. But back then, I just used to wear on my nerves. And after a show in Rochester, Minnesota, I was with my wife, and everybody went to a bar. And I think it was actually a sponsored event. It was, kind of an after the show corporate event, and there were radio stations there and so forth. And Page was just, in my opinion, from my point of view at that time, just being obnoxious as hell. And I think I probably said something to him, and he said something back to me, and, got a little escalated. And I knew I didn't want to get in a fight in a bar, because that wouldn't be good with TV there and radio and so forth. So when I saw him walk out to his car, I went out, let's go do this in a parking lot. I was pissed. And I got out to the parking lot, and he was already in his car, and he was driving away. I thought, that's probably a good thing for more reasons than one. I mean, I was pretty confident in my abilities back then, but still, it could go either way. And no matter what would happen, it would look Vern wouldn't have tolerated that. He would not have tolerated that from me. Maybe from one of the boys, but not from me. And, so I let it go and went back in, had another beer. My wife and I left, got to the hotel, and we're going up the elevator. And sure enough, the elevator doors open, and there's Page. And we're kind of looking at each other like, oh, okay, we're going to continue this thing. And he said, let it go. We let it go and made friends the next day. And
let's talk about the AWA TV tapings in Minnesota at the time. Obviously, it was hard building any momentum against WWE at the time. What lessons did you learn from working for the company during what was truly a hard period for the company?
I wasn't it's hard for me to say that I learned anything because I wasn't involved in any aspect of the process other than running a camera or doing the interviews or doing play-by-play. Um, I wasn't really in the business side of the business, and I was never really involved in the strategy or the tactics or trying to become successful when they weren't. So I just wasn't exposed to that type of thing. What I learned really during that period of time was what I consider to be the foundation of the business. I learned syndication. I learned the cable side of the business. I learned the promotion side of the business. I promoted live events. I promoted some house shows. I developed a corporate marketing campaign with one of the biggest brewers in the Midwest, G. Hellman Brewing Company, for a very massive sponsorship, by the way, for that company at that time. So I learned a lot about the business of the business, but I wasn't involved in the wrestling side other than my role as an announcer. And Vern and Greg both were phenomenal teachers. I learned the importance of feeling what you're calling as opposed to memorizing what you want to say and saying it while it's happening. I learned the importance of keeping keeping elements of the business a little mysterious and not constantly peeling back every layer of the onion so that there's nothing left to be interested in. Um, which is one of the reasons why it's taken you 10 years to get me to sit down and do an interview,
Yeah,
quite
really.
frankly. I learned those things, and I consider them to be the foundation of the business.
How much credit would you give Vern for opening the door to your success in the business?
100%.
100%.
100%. Would have never. There's not a day. Well, That's exaggerating. There's not a week goes by that I don't think about it, think about him, and acknowledge how grateful I am for that opportunity because it changed my life. It changed my kids' lives, my wife's life. I don't know what I would be doing right now had he not given me the opportunity he did.
When did you realize that it was, pretty much over for the company?
I don't remember the dates because we're going back 15,
Yeah.
17, 18, 20 years, but it was, you know, I realized it when I wasn't getting paychecks anymore. I realized it when things were financially so tight for Vern that I would go for 3, 4, 5, 6 weeks without a check. And when I did get a check, it was a partial check. And they were towing the cars out of my driveway and foreclosing on my house. And I was feeding my kids rice and beans. And, the handwriting was not only on the wall, it was on my forehead every morning when I looked in the mirror.
Do you have a backup plan at that period of time,
No,
or no?
no.
Just going with the punches?
No, I wasn't just going with the punches. I was determined to stick it out as long as I possibly could because I knew once I got out of the business, there would be no way I'd get back in. Keep in mind that I went and did an audition for WWF.
I was going to ask you about that.
Yeah, in 1990, as the handwriting was on the wall and on my forehead, and it was affecting my family in a dramatic way. I knew I had to do something, and with Vern's permission, I didn't do anything behind his back. I told him what I was doing, and he understood. I went out and did the audition with the WWF, and I didn't get the gig.
Were you disappointed about that? Or did you agree with that decision in hindsight?
It's ironic that you asked me that question today because it was on the flight here, somebody sent me an MP4 of that audition. And it was not just me performing, it was, whoever it was, I think it was Kevin Dunn, talking to me in my ear and asking me questions that had nothing to do with the interview when I was standing in front of a green screen, right before I did my mock interview. And I looked at it and I don't know if I would have hired me only because the raw talent was there, the ability was there, the passion was there, enough information and knowledge of the business was there. It was in raw form, and it certainly wasn't WWF primetime worthy, but it was talent. It's hard to talk about yourself in a third person like this, but it was talent that if I saw someone like me back then, today, and I was in that business, I would hire them and groom them and teach them. But I certainly would have not put me on television.
Okay.
No.
What do you think the legacy of the Gagne family in AWA should be?
That's, I'm not objective about that because I feel so strongly about them personally and for what they've done for my family. But Vern, if you cut through all the obvious things that went wrong towards the end, and you look at the things that went right, not only for Vern and for that territory, but for so many people that had the opportunity to come through that territory and learn from Vern. And so many of them did, including Hulk Hogan, Kurt Hennig, Sergeant Slaughter, so many people of that era, and so many more that I can't, name them all.
Right.
But such a vast wealth of talent came through there. And by the way, they weren't that talented when they got there. They learned from Vern and Greg because Vern was a master, and he wouldn't tolerate mediocrity when it came to certain aspects of the business because he knew that business. And I think he should be recognized for that.
Later, when you were working for WCW, Greg, was brought into the company. Was that more or less a thank you for everything the Gagnes have done for you?
Yes and no. Part of it, of course, I'm not going to deny that. But part of it was because I did then and still do have a lot of respect for Greg's point of view about wrestling. When it comes to things that took place in the ring or even directing a promo or an interview, Greg, through his father, had a very strong fundamental knowledge and a great feel for how to make it feel real. And we needed that in WCW at the time. So it was a two-part.
Okay. After the company closed, what did you do? Obviously, you wound up in WCW. How long between AWA closing and then you getting first?
Actually, I think AWA was still technically producing television when I left.
Right.
I don't remember the chronology of all of this, but I mean, things were still bad and getting worse. And I had sent a tape, I think, down to Atlanta, and I got a call from Jim Hurd, or his office, I should say, and said, "Come on down. We want you to audition." And I went to Vern, and first thing I had to do was kiss the ring and explain what I was doing. And in fact, I think we'll go back to that in a minute. But Vern obviously supported it. He knew he couldn't afford to keep me around anymore. Wished me well. And I went down and did the audition.
You nailed it. You got hired.
Well, I got hired. I don't know if I nailed it, but I got hired.
All right. What were your first memories of the company after signing with them?
Again, grateful. I have it actually tattooed on my wrist to remind myself to be grateful. But and I hate to keep harping on that, but things were so bad for my family at that time. I mean, literally, my wife and I had a house that was being foreclosed on. We had almost no furniture. We had a box spring and a mattress and a bedroom. We had no furniture, and we were desperate. He had 2 little kids to feed, and I remember it was early in the morning, and we got that call for me to come down to Atlanta. And I think, I shot out of that bed like I was, fired out of a cannon. And I was so excited and grateful for being hired that I really didn't spend a lot of time doing anything but keeping my head down and doing what I was asked to do. It was a great gig. I think they offered me, at the time, it was like 85 grand a year to come down there for 1 or 2 days a week, fly me down, put me up at the Omni Hotel, do my thing, and come home. It was, they were talking 1990 or 91, whatever it was.
I think it was 91, yeah.
It was a hell of a good gig for me. And it solved a lot of, financial problems for me. So all I want to do is be there, do the work, keep my head down, and keep the gig.
Discuss your earliest responsibilities as an announcer.
I batted cleanup as an announcer for Tony Schiavone and Jim Ross, obviously, who was running things at the time for the announcers. There's another announcer there, but I think by the name of Tony Gillum,
Yeah,
if I remember correctly. So I was like the C squad, D squad, cleanup guy that did all the grunt work for syndication and international and all the things that Jim or Tony didn't have time to do.
Memories of working with Teddy Long on some of the WCW TV shows.
I love Teddy. Teddy was a blast. Teddy and I still exchange, texts every once in a while, and we would go out after work on Friday nights because that was our big production day. It was Fridays, and Teddy and I would go to a place called Casa Gallardo, which is just a big Mexican place, and they had like $3 margaritas that were about a half a gallon, and we would sit there and pound margaritas and eat nacho chips until my wife would come and get me. Teddy was great. I had a blast with Teddy.
Any favorite memories of working on the broadcast team for your first year?
Not really. You know, it to me it was such, I don't want to say monotonous in a in a way that's derisive, but it was just work. It was like digging ditches. You know, it was fun. I was grateful. I enjoyed being in the business, but there was no standout moments for me because I wasn't in a position to have any standout moments. I was
Right.
batting cleanup for the guy that batted cleanup before me.
Early WCW memories of dealing with some guys like Jim Ross. Early memories of
Mm.
working with Jim.
You know, Jim, at the time, and a lot of this has to do with the way I was brought in and the reason I was brought in by Jim Hurd. Okay. Jim Hurd knew really nothing about the wrestling business and probably less about the television business. But he kind of knew people. And he was a gruff, crusty, just old school kind of guy, but he wasn't stupid. And he knew there was politics and shifting sand and all kinds of, machinations of, crap going on behind the scenes. And he wanted to keep Tony and Jim a little off balance. So he flat out told me the day he hired me, I can't even do a good Jim Hurd impersonation, but it was a gruff, crass kind of thing. And he basically said, "Kid, you're here for one reason only. You're here to make Jim Ross and Tony Schiavone miserable." Okay. I'd have slit both their throats for 75 grand a year back then if I had to. So it didn't really matter. If that was my job, that was my job. And I kind of knew what it meant, but I didn't really pay too much attention to it. So because of the way I was brought in, Jim, and we've talked about this subsequently in an interview, but Jim was actually pretty supportive, but Jim was not the most personable guy back then. He was a hard-working, detail-oriented, driven guy that had probably, 10 pounds of responsibility on a 5-pound plate. He didn't really have a whole lot of time, especially for someone like me, who was just a new kid, green kid, never really did anything. Not even sure why I was here, other than Jim Hurd wanted him here. He looks like a weatherman on TV. So Jim wasn't the most personable guy, and Tony was always quiet. Tony always kept to himself. Tony was a hard worker too, and not the most nurturing kind of guy to be around.
What about some of the talent like Paul Heyman? Early memories of Paulie.
I worked with Paul in AWA,
Right.
so I had already known Paul a little bit in AWA, and Paul and I were never really friends. We weren't enemies, but he wasn't my kind of guy, and I wasn't his kind of guy, so we stayed on opposite ends of the spectrum, so to speak. And I didn't really interface with Paul that much in WCW either. And he left, before I really got involved in the business side of WCW.
We'll talk about Paul later on in the interview. Ric Flair, early memories of Rick?
The only early memory I have of Rick, it was really brief. I had just really started at WCW, and I think I went to one of my first TV tapings on the road, and it was somewhere in North Carolina or South Carolina. It was relatively close. And I got to the building, and Rick was backstage stretching. It was shortly before he was supposed to go out for a match or something. And he was polite, as Rick always is. He's a very gracious guy. Polite, happy to see me, shook my hand, introduced himself. I introduced myself. And I think about a week later or so, shortly thereafter, he was gone. So that was it.
Sting?
Sting, again, because my role was such a minimal role in things, I didn't really start working with Sting until quite a while after I'd started at WCW. When I did, Sting was always kind of a reserved, quiet guy backstage. He didn't socialize, mingle. He wasn't a loud, gregarious type of outwardly friendly guy, but he was a polite guy and a professional person. But I never really got to know him until much later,
Okay. Lex Luger?
Never really liked Lex Luger, even when I first met him.
Why is that?
He just rubbed me wrong. He just, and sometimes it's
A lot of people say that, though.
Well, a lot of people say that about me too, and they make an assumption about me that isn't really true, not necessarily just because of the way my eyes are set or something. I always look pissed off, and it's not true. And Lex had that same kind of character or charisma about him. He had a look about him and the way he carried himself. He communicated arrogance when he might not have really been feeling it, but that's how you took it. And that's how I took it when I first met him. He was a very arrogant guy to me at that time. And he was the one guy that I just kind of, I don't like him.
What about Rick and Scott?
I liked them from the get-go. They were just always fun. They were always joking around. They were good-natured. Rick more so than Scott. Scott was always very quiet. Rick was very good-natured and laughing and joking and ribbing people. And I always got along with Rick especially.
Missy?
I didn't early on. I didn't really communicate much with her at all. Later on, I didn't really think too much of her. We didn't.
You think she had a spot for the business?
No.
Brian Pillman?
And again, we're transitioning from when I first got
Yeah,
there.
this is when you first got there.
When I first got there, when I first got to WCW, I really had no real interaction with Brian Pillman at all.
What about Gordon Soley?
Very little interaction with Gordon. Gordon was kind of like me. They would fly him in, from, I think he was living in Memphis at the time, or Nashville. I think it was Memphis. They would fly him in, wherever he was living. They would fly him in. He would do the shows that he did, and he would do the specific versions of the syndicated show that were his. And I'd see him and talk to him, and he was a great guy. He was very friendly, supportive. Had a couple cocktails with him a few nights. There used to be a bar in the CNN Center. It was like the Ye Old English Pub, or I don't remember what it was called anymore, but it looked like an old English pub. And he and I would sit there, and he would tell me war stories over scotch, and it was kind of fun.
Did you learn anything from Gordon?
I can't say honestly that I learned anything from him because I wasn't given an opportunity to work with him directly. But
Right.
I certainly heard a lot about the business from his point of view that left an impression on me.
What about Ole and Arn?
Never worked with Arn Anderson.
Yeah.
Okay. Arn, very professional in the beginning when I first started at WCW. Didn't interact with him at all. Did a lot of promos with him, and I really enjoyed it because he was good on his feet. Arn was not the kind of guy that had to memorize everything, and I never was really.
Right.
Give me 2 or 3 points, tell me what we need to do, and let me get there. And Arn was so fluid and spontaneous and intense and believable that I always really liked doing, interviews with Arn. But I never really got to know him at all in the beginning.
Okay. What were the differences between announcing and working for WCW and the AWA?
I had a lot more latitude in WCW, quite frankly. Vern was, when I was announcing, when I was doing play-by-play in AWA, I mean, I had Vern critiquing. He wasn't in my ear, so to speak, while I was doing it, but he would shut us down right in the middle of a show. Jesus, you can't do that. God damn it, that's not what I told you I want. Jeez, you know better than that. He'd shut us down. I was working with Lee Marshall
Right.
at the time, rest in peace. But he was very disciplined and had a very clear idea of what he liked and didn't like. And I didn't have that kind of control over me when I was in WCW. WCW was kind of like, get in there, do your job. Yeah, it's pretty good. Good enough.
There was
Next.
no real, yeah. I was going to say, let's talk about how Turner Broadcasting handled WCW and what the corporate culture working for Turner Broadcasting was like. Flair has said that Turner would just give his friends jobs in different places in the company, which led to a lot of bloat. Is that a fair assessment?
That Ted would give his
Give
friends jobs in
yeah.
the company? That was the first I've heard that. Ted wasn't really doing a lot of the hiring. There's a big misconception about that. I mean, Ted bought the company. Ted was very invested in it, not from a financial point of view, but he believed in wrestling. If you read Ted's autobiography, he talks a lot about wrestling and why he wanted it on WTCG, I think it was, which is the beginning of CNN. So Ted was a very passionate fan and supporter of the business, but I don't think he really had a lot of operational influence over it. At least not while I was there. I know he didn't. There were people in senior management when I got there that, quite frankly, I don't have any idea whether they were friends of Ted Turner or not. Perhaps they were, and Flair would know better than I, because I wasn't there in the beginning. But I never got that impression.
Okay. Why do you think the company had been so mismanaged around this period of time, in the early 90s?
Well, people talk about the mismanagement of WCW in the early 90s and why that was. you got to put everything into context. Ted Turner bought a bankrupt company that was already mismanaged and dysfunctional. It was in bankruptcy, for Christ's sake.
Right.
So, and that was, I think, in 1988 or 1989. When you buy something that's broken, and you try to fix it with many of the people that were responsible for breaking it in the first place, the transition from the Crockett's to Turner Broadcasting, yes, they had television, and that solves a lot of problems. But television is one component of a very complex maze of or a kaleidoscope of things that all have to fit together in order to work. And it took a couple of years, 2, 3, 4 years to figure it out. And they went through a lot of management. They tried a couple different things. And in retrospect, yeah, did it take them 5 years to turn it around? 6 years? Yeah. But it's quite an accomplishment in many respects.
Were you a student of the game around this period of time? I mean, did you study the business? Did you understand, the Crockett's, and did you understand the background to the wrestling business at all? I know we're in AWA, but
I really didn't know the kind of regional history, especially of the South. I understood the Midwest because of my job at AWA. I had to understand Vern's company and Vern's product in the Midwest from a promotional point of view, from a syndication point of view. Sure, I knew the Midwest, and I felt like I was fairly knowledgeable of that part of the business. But keep in mind, when I was living in Minneapolis during that time, I didn't get WCW. I didn't get the NWA,
Right.
really. And so I was not very knowledgeable of the gene or the genetic tissue, I guess I would say, of the NWA and all of its history.
In the early 90s, what do you think the biggest problem WCW faced while trying to compete with WWE?
Oh, gosh. There were many. If you start at the very basic level, or the foundation of WCW at that time, we're talking about early 90s, when they're trying, and I don't know necessarily that they were trying to compete with the WWF or E at that time, or F at that time, but they were trying to be successful. And they had a lot of things going against them. They were a national television network that had a very regional nucleus. Their product at that time, while they were trying to appeal to an audience in Los Angeles and New York and Chicago and the big television markets that are critical to a national television rating, they were trying to do so with a very regionalized product that was great for the Southeast, but didn't really speak the same cultural language and meet the expectation of the audience in New York or LA. So that was one hurdle that took a while to overcome. Another was just the internal strife and politics of the way Turner Corporate looked at the product. Nobody other than Ted Turner wanted that company there. Nobody. At least when I got there. There were constant rumblings, and some of them probably rumors, but some of it I know was true in retrospect, and even while it was happening. There was a lot of corporate resistance to even having wrestling on the network. So when you're the corporate entity that you work for and you work with doesn't really want you there, but can't really get rid of you because the guy at the very top likes you, you don't get a lot of support. And that was a big part of their problem. And it ended up being the biggest part of their problem at the very end. The rest of it was just growing pains, getting the right people in the right positions. And that just takes time.
Memories of how the company was run by some of your predecessors, like Jim Herd, Kip Fry, Bill Watts? Any specific memories of how your dealings were with each of them?
I mean, I'll be honest with you. I got along with Jim Herd, and I probably interfaced with him after the day he hired me. I may have had 2 or 3 short conversations with Jim Herd. It just was, again, my role in the company was so far down the food chain that I didn't really interface with him at all. And in fact, I think he hired me. I may have run into him at the lounge at the Omni Hotel once or twice afterwards and had a cocktail with him. And I didn't see him again until the day he was fired. And I actually chased him out the door to say goodbye to him and thank him for hiring me because I had heard it came from out of nowhere. Kip Fry, I mean, it was obvious to me that Kip Fry was a deer in the headlights from the moment he stepped into that role, and I was pretty sure it wasn't going to last. He was goofy. He was just goofy. I mean, he's an entertainment attorney. He went on to become very successful. He's a very intelligent guy, talented guy. But he didn't know anything about the wrestling business. And when I say didn't know anything about the wrestling business, people use that phrase all the time. There are so many aspects of the wrestling business to know. But Kip didn't know anything about the business of the wrestling business. And he knew even less about the culture of the wrestling business. And it was pretty obvious to just about everybody.
What about Bill Watts?
I wasn't impressed with Bill. Bill was a bully. Bill came in and immediately he was going to do like Throwback Thursday type of approach to it. We're going to go back to the way it was in the 70s. We're going to pull the mats away from the floor. We're going to turn down the lights and only have the light in the arena so you don't have to see the people. He was doing all of these things to try to compensate for the fact that there was nobody coming to these shows. You'd show up with a television production truck and a crew and talent, and 400 people would show up, and half of them were carrying brown paper bags and fall asleep after the fourth match. It was ass ugly, okay? And his approach to fixing that was to camouflage it by making it look like an old studio show from the 70s and make it dangerous for the talent at the same time by taking the mats away from the ring and trying to make it dangerous. And that the cause and effect of that was for the talent then to, instead of being more dynamic in the ring and being able to work harder, they became more conservative because they'd break their necks if they weren't. And right off the bat, I thought, well, that's just back-ass words. That's never going to work. And on top of that, he was a bully. He was a loudmouth bully.
Was there any specific moments where you realized this is being done wrong and I can do better?
There were no moments that I can recall, certainly, but it was a kind of like Chinese water torture, just seeing all of the things that Watts was doing, seeing the way he handled things and people, and the guy carried a gun into the Omni and put it on his desk to try to intimidate people. That kind of crap, I see that. I don't care how big and tough you are. When you have to tell people that you're big and tough, you're probably deep down inside a pussy and are trying to compensate. And I saw that. And I'm not saying he wasn't a badass or all that kind of crap, but I saw him compensating in so many different ways over even a short period of time that I knew it wasn't going to last.
When did you realize that the position of executive producer would be available?
I think I don't remember how I exactly heard that, but after Watts left it with a lot of very unceremonious fanfare, so to speak. It was a very controversial time, and I don't know how I knew. I don't remember who told me this, but somebody who was higher up in the food chain than I, that worked with the executive committee, they were furious with some of the things that had happened, and it was and again, going back to what I said to you earlier, knowing that so much of senior management, and I'm talking people that had a lot of influence at the executive committee level, the president of Turner Broadcasting, they were looking for an excuse to pull the plug on WCW. They was looking for an excuse, and Watts gave it to them like in a train car. And I believe it was somehow I ended up hearing from Bill Shaw that this is it. We're going to hire an executive producer. We're going to get away from this wrestling mentality, and we're going to try to make this a television company, or this company's just not going to be here.
What are your memories of going to Bob Dew and Bill Shaw to get the position?
I didn't go to Bob Dew to get the position. Again, I'm not sure. Honestly, I wish I could remember how I first heard about the opportunity, and it may have been from Bill Shaw. Bill Shaw took over for WCW. Bill Shaw I think he was a vice president of human resources at Turner at the time, and because the issues at WCW at that time were primarily human resource issues, Ted put Bill in charge to fix those immediate problems. That was the worst. That was the most open vein at the time. And I believe Bill came in and said, this is what we're going to do, and we're going to look for an executive producer. And it was at that time that I went, well, wait a minute. By that time, I knew how to edit a show. I knew how to run the camera. I knew how to do interviews. I knew how to promote events. I understood television syndication. I knew pretty much, I wasn't an expert at any of it, but I had a pretty good grasp of all of it. And I have a pretty good feel for the wrestling side of it, at least from a formula point of view. I was never a wrestler in the ring, and I don't mean to imply that, obviously, but I had a pretty good feel for it. What the hell? Let's throw my name in the hat. All they can do is say no.
Why do you think you were picked over the others trying to get the job? And was Jim Ross and Tony trying to get the job too at the time?
I don't know if Jim Ross and Tony Schiavone, I believe they were trying to get the job. Jim Ross was at a big disadvantage because he was fairly or unfairly, probably more unfairly than not, so directly associated with Bill Watts that he actually got hit with a lot of the shit that hit the fan, quite
Right.
honestly, and it really wasn't fair. Bill made a couple big mistakes, and Ross, because he was perceived to be so tight with Bill, Jim Ross got tarred and feathered to a certain degree. I believe Tony probably tried to get the job. You'd have to ask Tony. As for why they didn't, I don't know. I think I know why I did, because Bill Shaw told me why I did.
Why did you?
I saw wrestling as more than what happens inside of that ring. I saw it as a broader based form of entertainment. I actually had an idea to do that. It wasn't just a philosophy. I'd actually pitched a show to the Fox network back at that time for a kids show. And so I had a philosophy. I had the ability to communicate that and prove why I believed it was the right approach. We talked about what I thought was wrong with the product at that time. And I think it was just a combination of a lot of things. Probably the same reason Vern hired me. He saw something in me, and there was enough enthusiasm and passion, and in my case at that time, at least the fundamental knowledge of the business, that he was willing to take the chance. I wasn't so immersed in the wrestling perspective,
Right.
and equally probably as immersed in the television side of things, that it probably gave Bill some comfort.
Any animosity between you and Jim Ross after you got the position?
Well, I think Jim left shortly after I got the position. And again, that was and Jim and I have talked about this. We are friends. And Jim knew that he got hit with a lot of Watts mess. Jim was miserable. And I think me getting that job was insult to injury in many respects. I don't think he held it against me necessarily. But Jim wasn't the most happy guy as a result of everything that went on, not just me getting hired. That I think the resentment and the animosity was more between Jim and everybody else, including me, than it was between Jim and me specifically.
What were the first moves that you wanted to change with the perception of WCW?
I don't recall the order of things, but I knew that we had to change the perception of the brand. I knew if we wanted to be successful on a national level, that we had to appeal to a national audience and overcome the regional stigma that was so clearly associated with our product at the time. So we had to make the show look better. It had to have better production values. Well, in order to do that, you have to have people in the arena. You can't have good production values if you've got to turn the lights down so low so nobody can see that there's nobody in the building but winos. That was one thing that we had to figure out how to change. I knew that, I didn't know. I believe that by co-branding with Disney MGM Studios or somebody that already did have that kind of national brand power, by co-branding or drafting off that brand, I knew that would help change the perception. And most of this was perception more than it was anything else. Perception by the advertisers, perception of the pay-per-view companies, perception of sponsors. Those were the perceptions I was trying to change as much as I was trying to improve on the television audience's perspective. So it was a balancing act.
I guess what sort of effect did holding the tapings in front of theme park fans and using it as an attraction have on the TV shows?
When I made the decision to move the shows to Disney, to Orlando, again, you have to put everything into perspective. The alternative to moving down to Disney MGM Studios at that time was to continue to do the same things that WCW had been doing, which was booking their television tapings in arenas that no one would come to. Keep in mind, again, you got to put everything in context. Back at that time, WCW had for a period of 2 or 3 years been giving tickets away to their pay-per-views.
Right.
They papered almost their entire freaking house. Well, you go into a market, let's say you go into Asheville, 3 times a year. And every time you go there, you paper the house. And on the 4th time, you try to sell the tickets. What do you think is going to happen? And that's what had been happening to WCW for so long before I had any control over it, that I knew the only alternative at that time, until we built up the television product and created a demand for it by increasing the production values, by bringing in more recognized talent, by doing all the things that I felt we needed to do. Until that had time to sink into the audience, the only thing I could do was find a way to get in front of a crowd that allowed me to turn up the lights and make it look better. And that's why I did it. The effect of it, it's like you get a little, you give a little. What we got was co-branding. We came to you from the Disney MGM studios. Advertisers liked it. Sponsors liked it. Everybody liked it. TV stations liked it. It looks better, felt better, not so tacky. The downside is, in order to financially make it work, we've got to produce 5 shows a day in front of a crowd that may or may not have any idea who anybody is or what the stories are. And oftentimes we had to shoot things out of sequence.
Right.
And then try to weave it all into a pay-per-view model that created mystery and anticipation of the audience so that they would buy the pay-per-view, but yet it's already been leaked out, in back then the dirt sheets.
That's what I was going to ask you. You had a lot of criticism for that.
Yeah, and it was well deserved, but there was no alternative. What was the alternative? 400 people, 200 of them carrying wine bottles, and 100 of those people falling asleep and throwing up on themselves. That was the alternative.
Right.
How do you make that work?
Was going to Florida, I guess, a cost-cutting concern at all?
It was actually more expensive.
Okay.
It wasn't a cost-cutting concern. It was a brand-building decision, not a cost-cutting decision.
How hard was it for you to get the attention and momentum when you were a company that is second in a 2-company race?
How hard is it to get attention when you're a second in a 2-company race? That's a good question. It's a good way to put the question. Again, go back, put it in context. We were not only number 2, we were number 2 by about 1.5 miles. If it was a horse race, they would have shot the number 2 horse a long time ago. And that was the biggest challenge, is how do you overcome that? Because the wrestling audience is finite. There is at any given moment. There's a finite number of people who will consider themselves wrestling fans. An even smaller number of those people will tune in each and every week. Of those people, most of them are very brand loyal. And the real challenge was getting them to sample our product, and once they sampled it, like it as much. I don't have to like it better. I wasn't ever hoping they would like it better. I was hoping they would like it at least as much. And that is a massive, massive undertaking.
How important was it to take WCW pay-per-views and make them a monthly attraction? And was there any concern about oversaturation of the market with too many pay-per-views at the time?
There was a lot of discussion internally about the monthly pay-per-view schedule, and that was a budgetary issue. There was a mandate, and again, going back at that time, and I don't remember the year that took place, but whether it was 93 or 94, maybe 95, we had a lot of discussion about that, but we had a mandate. Either this company makes money, or all of those people over in the other tower are going to pull the plug. So it wasn't like, there wasn't a lot of discretion. We had to be profitable. And we looked at the pay-per-view model and went, okay, well, we're generating X amount of revenue. Each time we do a pay-per-view, let's increase that line. And we did it. But there was a lot of concern about it.
Were you surprised when WWE eventually followed suit?
No, because it was successfhave.
Okay. Memories of the Arn Anderson Sid Vicious hotel fight in Germany. I'm just throwing it out there because it's you were there. I believe it was 94.
Yeah, I wasn't there. I wasn't in Germany when it happened. I was
with the company
in bed when I got the phone call.
But did that change WCW's long-term plans going into 94?
No, I don't recall that. It was just another really severe black eye internally and publicly. When I say internally, I mean within the Turner corporate environment, not necessarily WCW, although that was obviously a bad thing too. But it was just another excuse for the people around Ted Turner to go, guys, you got people stabbing each other.
Some of your earliest acquisitions were hiring Mean Gene Okerlund and Bobby Heenan. How hard was it to get Turner to open the checkbooks and spend some money?
You know, it's interesting. People talk about or ask about or have opinions and write about me bringing in people like Bobby Heenan and Gene Okerlund and obviously Hulk Hogan. It all started with Hulk Hogan. And the perception and the narrative that so many people like to put out there is that all Ted Turner wanted to do was just write checks. He had all this money. He was going to dump all this money. He was going to try to put WWF out of business. And, you know, Bischoff had all this money. He was an ATM. And here's the truth that people don't talk about. When I took over that company, when I had actual oversight of the total budget and control of the company, it was a $25 million company, and he was generating $25 million a year in revenue, and it was losing $10 million a year in the process. The company had never made $1 of profit since Ted Turner had purchased it. Okay. The mandate was this company cannot lose money any longer. And one of the first things that I did from a financial perspective is cut every cost I could cut. I literally made people go into their office, the senior management, go into their office, and to prove a point, I made them go into their office one day and count their pencils and come back and tell me how many pencils and pens each one of them had in their desk. People look at me like, what the hell? What is that? Because it's your resources. If you don't know what resources you have, how can you spend other resources? We had to control all of our resources at that time. We couldn't just keep spending stuff without knowing why. It's one of the reasons that my tenure in that company started out as controversially, especially with talent, as it did, is because the first thing I did was shut down the house shows. That's why Bob Dew and I didn't really see eye to eye, quite frankly, because we were doing 140 or 150 or 180 house shows a year. And when you sat down and analyzed the financials on that, you look at each one and go, wait a minute, every time we go out the door, we're losing money. And you want to fix that by going out the door more. How the fuck does that work? I'm really not good at math. I suck at it. But I know that that was wrong. So the very first thing I did was shut down all the house shows until we built a television product that it created the need or the demand or the desire in the audience to go see those people live. It didn't make sense to go out in the arenas anymore. And of course the talent hated it. Of course they did. And I was, evil Eric for making that decision. But they weren't looking at the finances. They were just looking at how it affected their lives. So that was one of the first things I did. As those types of cost-cutting measures started to work, and we went from a $10 million loss to looking like we were going to start to make some money, those same people who were so anxious to pull the plug on the company were now kind of going, fuck it. I guess it can kind of work, maybe. I don't think it will, but maybe. At least there was enough Ted Turner. Not that Ted didn't really need a lot of defense at that time. He was still the guy calling the shots. But at least it was justifiable. And he started feeling better about things. So as we started creeping closer to breaking even, I don't remember what year it was, but 94, 95. It was the first year I remember we were about to make money. It was about the same time that I went to Ted through Bill Shaw and wanted to bring in Hulk Hogan. We were close enough and had enough success. By then, the Disney thing was actually working on a commercial level. The wrestling fans didn't really like it, but from a business perspective, it was starting to work. We were starting to contain our costs. We were eliminating a lot of the human resource issues that were so prevalent earlier. Then they started giving me a little more rope. So I wanted to bring in Hulk Hogan. And again, you have to just look at the timing of all of that. It was kind of like dominoes in a way. As we shored up all of our losses, started managing the company properly, brought in Hulk Hogan, which is a big risk, but everybody believed in it at the time.
I was going to ask you, what was your reaction to that?
It was pretty positive.
Okay.
It was positive. It was not a tough sell from a Ted perspective.
And I do have a question about that, but go ahead.
Brought in Hulk. Now people started really believing in it. So they started giving me a little bit more rope. Well, now they gave me the money to bring in Gene. Then they gave me the money to bring in Bobby. And with each one of those acquisitions, the ratings started getting bigger. The pay-per-views started growing. The arenas started filling up again. So of course my budget started getting bigger. But it was a slow process. It wasn't like this golden ATM card.
When you first negotiated with Hawk, were you worried he was going to take the offer and use it as leverage to get back to WWE?
I wasn't concerned whether he was leveraging me or not. I didn't believe he would. Again, I keep saying this, but you go back and look at the context of that time. There was a lot of bad blood between him and
Right.
Vince McMahon at that time, and a lot of it was very, very public. A lot of the animosity between Vince McMahon and Hulk Hogan at that time was very, very public. I didn't really think there was any chance that he was leveraging me.
Okay. How long did the process of trying to get him to sign take?
I don't remember how long the process was in terms of signing Hulk Hogan. It was not long. It was a period of maybe a couple months, I think at the most, month and a half.
How important was Ric Flair in getting Hogan to sign? Did he help?
Ric Flair was critical, and I probably couldn't have. I don't want to say that might be a little too strong. I doubt that I would have been able to sign Hulk Hogan without Ric Flair's help. Hulk was a smart guy. Hulk knew in order for him to have the kind of impact that coming to WCW was going to have on him, he needed to be working with the right guy and somebody that he could trust and somebody, quite frankly, that would make him look good. And he knew Ric Flair. Of everybody on our roster, Ric Flair would make him look good.
First impressions of working with Hulk?
I've always had a blast working with Hulk. Has he been a challenge? Yeah. Has there been moments where he frustrated me and I don't want to say angered me, but probably frustrated me and made me work 3 times harder at something that I need to because of his, silliness and the way he did things? Of course. Have we always seen eye to eye on things? Absolutely not. But I've always sensed an honesty. Even though at times I knew he was working and, I know the wrestling thing and all that, but deep down inside as a person, he's always been straight with me. He's a generous guy. He wants to be a generous guy, but he can be very insecure at times. And that insecurity is the reason for a lot of the turmoil that people probably have seen and talk about and experienced, but I've never experienced that with him.
How important was Hogan's brand name when it came to rebuilding WCW?
Hulk Hogan's brand name meant everything when it came to rebuilding WCW. And again, I try to tell people, because people forget, they look at that time, before, during, and after, and kind of run it all together. But if you look at that time where WCW was trying to overcome its regional stigma, WCW was trying to get better syndication, WCW was trying to get better advertising rates. We're trying to do all these things simultaneously. Hulk Hogan was that one brand name that superseded everything else that we were doing that got us in the door. It was critical to our success.
Were you surprised when some of the WCW markets were booing and rejecting Hogan?
The markets that were rejecting Hulk Hogan were the television audience markets. While the audience may, because of the culture of professional wrestling and the North-South, NWA, WWF kind of civil war, if you will, or not so civil war, sure, that was disappointing to a certain extent. We did anticipate it. It's not like we thought everybody was going, oh my gosh, Hulk Hogan's here. Everybody was, even myself back then, knowledgeable enough about the 2 different cultures that we knew there was going to be some resistance. And was it disappointing? Of course it was. But on the business side, it didn't matter.
Vince has said that Hogan legitimized WCW. Would you agree?
He was instrumental in it.
Yeah.
I think Vince McMahon and I have both said the same thing when it comes to that. He helped us transcend the regional stigma and mile and a half number 2 position that we had been perceived to be in and were in for so long.
Talk about the checks and balances in place at the time that you had to deal with working with Turner, and also goals you had to meet.
It's funny, I was, in anticipation of this interview, I was trying to put my head back into that time period because it's been a long time. But again, that's a part of the misconception that the wrestling narrative has perpetuated over the years. People would give you the impression that I had a checkbook and I could just write a check to whomever and wherever and whenever I wanted. I wish that would have been the case. But the way Turner worked, at least up until the time I left, was you would sit down and present your budget. You would go through with all of your department heads, your marketing, your pay-per-view, your licensing, your merchandising, your live events, all of the people that were involved in the major components of your business. And you would put together a budget for next year. And you would I would have to go to, once everybody I worked with, we put together budgets. I approved that. And then I took those budgets to the finance committee at Turner Broadcasting, and they had to be approved by them. Then my job was to work within those budgets that were approved. And by the way, they weren't always approved. Sometimes they would approve this part of the budget and not approve that part of the budget. And then they'd give it back to me and say, okay, this is what you get to work with for the year. Now my job, and the people that work for me, was to work within those budgets and not exceed them. That was the process. And those were the checks and balances. And by the way, finance and legal were the two separate entities that didn't report up to the same person. So while I had the two checks and balances above me, they had individual reporting up the food chain so that there was none of this.
Right.
So there was a lot of checks and balances.
Hogan brought in Randy Savage into WCW. Talk about the process of Savage coming into the company and what the process was like.
Hulk, I think I remember he called me. I was going through an airport. He called me, paged me. I think I had a pager back in those days. He paged me and said, hey, brother, I got to talk to you. So we got on the phone, and he was just adamant about bringing Randy in. And anybody that's worked with Hulk, and if you look at his career over the years, there are certain people that he likes to work with, and he tries to, like everybody does, recreate the success that he had previously in some other formula or match or scenario. And that's normal in any business. And he really wanted to bring Randy in. And at that time, we were starting to get to be on a roll. I think we were profitable by that time. For some in the history of the company, we'd never been profitable. The numbers were starting to grow. Everybody was feeling good about everything. And I remember I called Randy. I think I talked to him on the phone the very first time, got along with him great. And the good news about Randy is that not only was Randy coming, but Slim Jim was coming with him. The Slim Jim sponsorship actually paid for Randy Savage. I got Randy Savage for free, essentially. And nobody knows that.
Right.
And it was like, oh, he's spending more money on Randy Savage. This didn't cost me a dime. And it made it really easy.
What was Randy like to work with?
I really liked Randy. I say this, were there times when it was ultra challenging? Of course. He was an eccentric, intense, insecure, creative perfectionist. Okay, put all those things in one bucket and then step in it. Of course, there are times when it was uncomfortable. But overall, I really enjoyed it. I miss him.
As you began populating WCW with names like Randy Savage, Hogan, Hacksaw Jim Duggan, Honky Tonk Man, others who have been with the company for a long time, like Johnny B. Bad, Mick Foley, Steve Austin, began moving on or were fired. Why were some of the older guard unable to maintain themselves as the company changed its landscape?
I don't know why certain talent that had been around, and big name talent, by the way, I'm sure there was some resentment. And look, in this business, the wrestling industry, the entertainment industry, it's not just a wrestling business, but when you're a performer or an athlete, there's only so much room on the roster, and it breeds insecurity and competitiveness and anxiety and resentment. It's human nature, and I think when Hulk Hogan came in and we brought Ric Flair back and Randy Savage was there and all the rest of some of the talent that you named earlier, Hacksaw Jim Duggins and a lot of the other people that we brought in, it created resentment because those people were eating up oxygen that other people felt like they weren't going to get. It's just human nature.
Was there ever a piece of talent that you regretted letting go during that time period? Steve Austin, or I'm sure you mentioned him before.
No, No, there was never a piece of talent that no, absolutely not.
Okay.
And that's because, again, I look at, it's funny. I don't know if you heard the podcast that Steve Austin and I did, but
Yes.
again, and it was fun because aside from the fact that we were having a couple beers while we were doing it and reliving old times, it was an interesting conversation for Steve and I to have because we were able to honestly share our individual perspectives with absolutely no baggage whatsoever. And I could be honest about things that I otherwise probably 10 or 15 years ago wouldn't have been quite as honest about, and so could he. But the other part of it was we were able to really look at it in its context. Steve was he's kind of half pissed off half the time. He wanted something more. All those focus was on Hogan. He wanted to do something different, and he had a chip on his shoulder half the time. And in Steve's own words, hell, I would have done the same thing you did. He wouldn't have said that 10 years ago or 20 years ago, but he understands it now because we can each look at it from our respective perspectives. But did I regret at that time letting him go? Absolutely not, because I knew why I did it, and I would do it today under the same circumstances. I would have done it today because even today, nobody's got 2020 hindsight. At the time I did it, Steve didn't know he was going to go on to become Stone Cold Steve Austin.
Right.
There was like no magic shining diamond in the rough there. He hit his stride, he hit his chord at the right time because of the situation that he had put himself in and I had helped put him in. But that character might not have ever emerged had it not been for the fact that he left WCW and went to ECW and then on to WWE as the ringmaster, if you remember.
Yeah.
There was no way anybody had that, would have been able to see that. So no, there was nobody that I regretted parting ways with.
Okay. How important were the following personnel behind the scenes as you built WCW? Zane Bresloff?
I relied a lot on Zane Bresloff. Zane had a very just great feel and great relationships within the individual markets. And he knew the building managers. He knew how to get $10 worth of free promotion,
Right.
for every ticket sold. He just knew how to squeeze every ounce of promotional opportunity out of every market. And I relied very heavily on that.
Gary Juster?
Gary was like a potted plant.
Craig Leathers?
Craig was good. Craig Leathers was very good. Craig was and probably still is, a very creative, very talented guy. He was excellent, and he worked really well under pressure. Craig was a guy that no matter how tough things got, how out of control things got, he was just steady as a rock, steady as a ship. He was really good.
Nick Lambros?
Relied a lot on Nick.
What was his role with the company?
He was our in-house attorney.
Okay. Dr. Harvey Schiller?
Harvey was great. Obviously I reported to Harvey. Harvey didn't have any really, day-to-day, he had control over the company because he was my boss, but he had no day-to-day interaction with the company. I would see Harvey probably once a week or once every couple of weeks. Harvey was a good buffer between me and what had evolved into a very hostile executive committee by that time, for all kinds of reasons that had nothing to do with our performance, by the way, because at that time we were rocking and rolling.
Yeah.
But there were a lot of other things going on. The Time Warner acquisition or merger, the AOL thing was going on. Harvey was a much better person to be the buffer and keep me away from those people.
Dusty Rhodes?
Dusty's great, and I miss Dusty a lot. I relied on Dusty a lot creatively in the very beginning, but there was a lot of baggage there, between him and Flair and emotion and ego, and it became too much of a burden.
Kevin Sullivan?
In the beginning, I relied on Kevin quite a bit.
Did your relationship go?
The relationship was never bad.
Okay.
It's just my expectations and my needs creatively, I think, were over here, and Kevin's ability to really see it was here, or maybe here. But
Okay. Sharon Shadella?
No comment.
Okay. Diamond Dallas Page?
Paige, Paige was like my not so covert agent, and liaison to a certain degree. Paige was instrumental in bringing in Hall and Nash. He had a relationship with them. I didn't. That made it easy to kind of make that initial communication happen with those guys on a comfort level. I knew both of them. I had worked momentarily with both of them when they were in WCW, but I didn't have that kind of relationship with them. Paige was very excited about some of the early things that I was excited as far as bringing in new talent and doing new things. So he was very helpful.
Talk about the meeting where Ted Turner ordered WCW to have 2 hours on primetime on TNT. Excuse me. What was it like for you? Was it mouth dropping?
When Ted Turner looked me in the eye, he actually didn't look me in the eye. He looked a guy by the name of Scott Sassa in the eye. Scott Sassa was the heir apparent to Ted Turner at the time. Very young, very super guy, super charismatic guy, very smart, really great guy. Scott was it was Ted Turner, myself, Scott Sassa, Harvey Schiller, and Brad Siegel wasn't there because Brad Siegel, who was the president of TNT at the time, wasn't there. But Brad Siegel reported to Scott Sassa. Okay, TNT at that time was the hood ornament, and still is, of Turner Broadcasting. Brad was out of town, so the meeting that took place where this happened was between Ted Turner, myself, Scott Sassa, and Harvey Schiller. And honestly, and I had a pretty good relationship with Scott. I mean, it's not like we were friends or tight or went out and drank beer or anything like that. But I could talk to him. And we were having success at the time. And Scott was very supportive of the success we were having, even if he wasn't supportive of the product. And I was there because I wanted to do a deal with Rupert Murdoch for Star TV over in China. We were really close to starting to make a lot of money. And I knew that was a deal that would put us way over the top. So I had spent a week or two doing my diligence and putting together my presentation. And I knew because Ted Turner and Rupert Murdoch were like this at the time. They did not get along. And I knew if I just went and closed the deal without getting Ted's blessing, my career would be over. My ass would not even have been hit by the door. So I thought, okay, I got to get Ted's blessing on this. And I can't just call up Ted and say, hey, I want to talk to you. I have to go through the thing, right? So I got Scott involved, and Ted was there, or excuse me, Harvey was there for obvious reasons. And I was there to pitch Ted on letting me do an international distribution deal with China. And I got about, I don't know, memory's not the same, but I probably got about a minute into my pitch. And Ted looked at me and said, oh, Hark, what do we got to do to make this thing competitive with Vince McMahon? I was here to pitch China. I don't have a fucking clue what to do to compete with WWF. He didn't say Vince McMahon, he said
Right.
WWF. I was not ready for that. And my first reaction, I used to fight a lot and box and kickboxing and all that. My first reaction is, when you're getting your ass kicked, the first thing you do is tuck your chin and put your fists up, don't get beat up anymore. So and mentally I'm going, okay, I got to tuck my chin and figure this fucker out before he asks me another question. And I said, well, he's in prime time. We're at 6 o'clock on a Saturday night, 3 o'clock Saturday afternoon on the West Coast. So the only way we could be competitive is if we were in prime time. It's logical. It wasn't bullshit. I thought, okay, I'm off the hook. And he looked right over. Scott Sessa there was me, Ted sitting where you are. I'm sitting directly across from Ted. Harvey Schiller's to my right. Scott Sassa is immediately to Schiller's right. Ted looked over at Scott Sassa. Didn't even comment. He said, Scott, give Eric 2 hours every night, Monday night on TNT. Scott's jaw dropped. My heart stopped. I don't know what Harvey was feeling. We never talked about it. But I was like, what the fuck? Now what am I going to do?
Right.
And that was it. I don't think I never even breathed another syllable about doing a deal with Rupert Murdoch and Star TV. It was over. And I remember walking out of the office And I think Scott was probably pissed off because it's not what he would have wanted. Harvey was probably good with it. I was in shock.
What was your first move once it was announced that you were going to be competing head to head with WWE?
Literally my first move, and I'm not exaggerating because I remember it kind of clearly. My first move was to lock myself in a room, and I sat down and said, okay, how the fuck am I going to do this? Because it was a death blow. I'd worked so hard to change the perception of WCW internally, to change it externally with advertisers and everybody else, to try to get to the point of making a profit. And by that time, we were making a profit. Pretty sure we were by that time, or close to it. I had worked so hard and achieved so much in many ways that I knew that if I failed at this, it was all down the toilet. It was just gone. And God, it's like the old saying, be careful what you wish for, because if you get it, it might not work out. So I locked myself in the room and I thought, okay, how am I going to do this? And I knew in that moment, the only way I could do it was to be different. I knew there's no way we could be better. We'd already tried all the, Disney, I'd already done enough stuff to know we're never going to be better than them at what they do. The only shot we have at this is to be different than them at what we do and hope they like it.
A lot of people assumed that it was going to be a big blow off with WWE crushing WCW from the onset. What were your personal concerns and even doubts going head to head?
Once I sat in that room by myself and the concept or the idea of committing to being different, and once the idea came to me and I saw the vision of being different than them, all my energy and focus went into, okay, how do we do that? I literally made a list on a yellow legal pad. Their tape, we're live. They're family kitty comic book type characters. I don't mean that derisively, but they're appealing to kids. They're selling ice cream cones. We're gonna go for 18 to 34-year-old males. Just broke down everything that they did well, and then I try to figure out, okay, well, if they're doing that, I can't beat them at that. How do I do this? And by the time I got down to the end of that yellow legal pad, I was so committed to it and I believed in it so much and was so passionate about it that I really didn't have any doubts. The doubts would have occurred if I would have never been able to come up with a list.
Right.
If I didn't have a plan, then I would have jumped off a building. But I believed in it.
What's the pressure like trying to launch a new show with the new concepts and less than 2 months to prepare for the debut while competing against the industry leader?
It's funny when I look back at that time, the launch of the show, and I only having a couple months to do it. It's kind of like pain when you go back and go, I remember I broke my leg in that high school football game. Well, you did it, but you don't remember the pain. And I don't remember anything but fun. Now I know it was hard, and I knew there were, and I know now that there must have been, challenges, and I'm sure I was working 18 and 20 hours a day and all that stuff. But the only thing that I remember is the excitement and the enthusiasm. I don't remember breaking my leg.
Were there different concepts for Nitro that didn't make the final broadcast?
I don't recall. I don't recall the process of laying out the specific show. I think the biggest thing that I was focused on at that time was obviously shooting a wrestling show live from a mall was kind of wacky. That had never been done before. Obviously what we were doing with Lex and the surprise that was going to be was kind of like first and foremost in my mind.
I'm going to ask you about Lex in a couple seconds.
But I other than the fun of it, I just don't recall it.
Why did you choose to keep yourself on TV as a broadcaster?
Because I was good at it. I knew by that time, let me take that back. I was never Jim Ross good, okay? But I got decent at it, and I knew what I wanted to sell. I knew what was important to the company going forward. So I had the advantage of being moderately good at it, but the distinct advantage of knowing what I needed to sell and when and how.
Were you ever concerned that you might have been spreading yourself too thin?
No. I've done that my entire life. To this day, I do that.
What led you to hiring Stephen McMichael as an announcer?
That's a good question, and I don't remember the answer to that. I think I believed in a three-man booth, especially when we were doing two, and then at one point we did a 3-hour show, and we're back to a 2-hour show. I don't care who you are, you get sick of listening to any two people after a couple hours. Unless you could bring back Howard Cosell and put him in the booth with John Madden,
Right.
and even that 52 weeks a year would probably get tiresome after a while. So I felt it was important when we were doing that much volume that we break it up, and I wanted a good kind of crazy, half wacky character.
How did you find out that Lex was going to be available to jump to WCW, and what led you to deciding to go for it?
Sting came to me at a television taping because Sting and Lex had always maintained they were business partners, so they were very, very close. Sting came to me, and by that time I had now evolved into a pretty good friendship with Sting, and there was honesty and the ability to communicate there. So Sting came to me very confidentially, and he said, "Hey, Lex would like to come back." And I had no taste in my mouth at all to bring Lex Luger back. I saw no value in it in the pre-Nitro launch conversation. But Sting was, he was persuasive, and he goes, "Just take a meeting with him, just talk to him." And I did. We met at Sting's house, and Sting's, he had it, and when he lived in Atlanta, he had a little apartment above his garage. So we sat up there and we talked, and I remember leaving there going, "Fuck, I don't really want to hire this guy. He's still an arrogant prick." And I didn't have the idea of how I was going to use him at that time. So it was just a question, do I want to bring him back or not? I didn't have the idea in my back pocket, so to speak, in terms of what we did on Nitro. So I thought about it, and I told Steve, I said, "I'm just not feeling it. I don't trust him. He was what he was when he was here, and I was glad that he left. Why would I want to bring him back? It's like you get a bad tooth. You finally get the dentist to pull it out. Now what? Now you want to put it back in. Why would you do that?" Sting, you just worked me over pretty good in a positive way. And I said, "All right, I'll hire him back, but it's not going to be a very respectful deal." And I got Lex on the phone, and I don't remember the specific numbers, but it was like 125 grand a year, 3-month contract. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. And if it does work, we'll talk about what you're going to make afterwards. It was
Right.
it was a fraction of what he was making when he left. And he came back as a different person.
If word leaked about Lex ahead of time, would you have still gone for it?
I don't know. It's hard to say if I would have still introduced Lex the way we did, if it would have leaked. Possibly, but I'd have been pissed.
Oh yeah. How important was Lex to the success of Nitro early, in your opinion?
I don't look, I think that circumstance kind of set the tone for what Nitro was going to be. And by the way, another facet of the launch of Nitro was a focus group and some research we did with wrestling fans that both watched WWF and WCW. And it was kind of a blind thing. So they didn't know that I was in the room watching behind a 2-way or 1-way mirror, whatever it was. And it was really good research. And I remember looking at the results of that research, and the things that I kept hearing, that fans wanted to see was surprises. They wanted to be unpredictable. They want, all the different things, which helped me, by the way, really refine that list of how to be different. And I knew that the element of surprise was such a big component to the fans. So I think the element of surprise and the fact that Lex was the first one, because we did a lot of it afterwards, but that moment that Lex was a part of was very instrumental for setting the tone.
Why was the first episode of Nitro from the Mall of America? Talk about the mindset behind the unique atmosphere and location.
I'll go back to what we talked about earlier in this interview. Where else were we going to launch Nitro? Keep in mind, this was still WCW that was drawing. By that time, now we started to improve things a little bit with Hulk and some of the other talent we had. But it wasn't like we were going to go to, the Omni and put 25,000 people in a building so that the building looked great. The idea for going to the Mall of America, and if you remember that show, is it had a kind of a circular atrium.
Right.
And it went up a bunch of different levels. And we knew visually with cameras, we could put people around all the way up and shoot down and shoot up at the people. It would be so visually different. I keep going back to that I knew that unless I could put 20,000 people in an arena or 10, I needed to find an alternative better than going to Disney MGM Studios, and that's how we arrived at Mall of America.
When you received the overnights from the first episode, what was your first reaction?
I was pretty pleased. I didn't have a lot of expectations. I wasn't sure.
Right.
There's no way of knowing for sure how the audience is going to react. You do everything you can, and we did, but I was satisfied.
Did you feel a lot of pressure going into the second week? Now that, I think the first week Raw was preempted, so now you were going head to head with those guys.
I didn't. Again, I'll go back to, and it's just part of my mindset back in that time, was I felt confident. I felt like we had a good formula. We had a good, talent roster. I believed in the different than model that I was trying to build the show on. So I was excited.
What was your reaction for the ratings the second week?
I don't recall, to be honest with you.
You took advantage of WWE being taped by giving away the results of the tape shows so they would stick, live with WCW Nitro. Did you ever get any negative feedback from anyone in WCW that they felt it was a bad idea or bad for the business?
Sure.
Talent or people in the office?
Both. It was kind of...
Who are some of the guys that, talent-wise might have said, Eric?
Nobody like pulled me aside and
Okay.
said, man, are you out of your fucking mind? What are you doing? That's bad. Nobody, it was never that overt, but there was a lot of, what are you doing? God, that's insane. Can't do that. It was breaking the rules. But there were people in the office, several people in the office, probably more people in the office than anywhere. And keep in mind, again, go back, you look at the context. So many people that worked at WCW at that time kind of hoped that someday, if they needed to, they could end up working for WWF. Nobody wanted to be on the team that was doing something that they knew was going to piss McMahon off as bad as what I was doing. Right. Nobody wanted to be on my team. So there was kind of like a lot of distancing themselves from me more so than anything else.
Do you feel Nitro could have been as competitive as if it was like tape?
No.
No?
Absolutely not. The live component, which is why, look, WWE followed suit. If you go back and you look at the timeline, you look at the chronology, you look at the creative, you look at the fact that I turned heel on my own show and Vince McMahon turned heel on his own show. Look at it. He did it a year after I did. There was a replication of the nWo Nitro formula that they ultimately did better than we did. But we did it first, and they followed it and they improved upon it in many respects. But one of the things that we had to do is be live. You can't be spontaneous. You can't have that spontaneous combustion creatively unless it's live.
Just recently on WWE Network, Vince said that you were trying to hurt WWE instead of trying to help yourself. How do you feel about that?
Vince is wrong about that. Vince is absolutely... And look, I like Vince McMahon. I don't know how he feels about me, but I enjoyed working with him. I have a ton of respect for him. But that's his perspective. And he probably gained that perspective by listening to other people who were trying to get jobs with him after they had worked for me. And it's not true. My goal was to be number one. I will not deny that. And I probably did say along the way in trying to be the guy that was the captain of the ship, trying to get everybody to want to be number one, that if we end up making WWE number two in the process, I don't care. But it was never about hurting WWE. It was about appealing to the audience and getting the audience to shift their viewing habits from this to this.
Do you think Vince was hypocritical for complaining about WCW poaching talent and getting aggressive when he himself did it to AWA, Jim Crockett Promotions, and others a decade before?
Of course it was hypocritical. And it's still a narrative that you hear to this day coming out of WWE in many respects. When people go back and they do their roundtables, and I faced it when I did a roundtable with Michael Hayes and all those guys, they still have that resentment of stealing this guy or stealing. I never stole anybody. They came to me. Lex Luger, I didn't steal Lex Luger. Lex Luger came to me. I didn't steal Hulk Hogan. Hulk Hogan was free. That's the narrative and the perception is the only reason that Eric Bischoff was able to, outperform the WWE for as long as I did, even though it was a short period of time, was because I did something dirty or I did something, underhanded. It's not true.
How much did you enjoy pissing people off at this point?
I still do enjoy pissing people off.
All right.
It was part of my character. It's part of my charm. It's what worked for me.
Big Show recently said on the network that yourself would admit that you were a prick at this point. Would you agree with that, or do you regret any of that?
No, that's bullshit.
Okay.
That's bullshit. Who was I a prick to? the talent that I paid a lot of money to, the support that I gave certain people that are still in WWE now, um, to help them get through their drug issues. Who did I fire for no reason? Who was I abusive to? Do I have a short tolerance for stupid shit? Of course. So does Vince McMahon, by the way. Uh, Try screwing up under his, under his watch sometime, and sit back and watch the body parts fly. Was I intense? Was I aggressive? Absolutely. But I was never mean to people just for the fun of it.
Why did Nitro start going on early? Was that the network's idea, or was that something that you wanted to do?
It's something I wanted to do. It was part of going early, giving away their results. All of the underhanded stuff I did was done to create controversy.
How often, if ever, were you getting feedback from Ted Turner?
Rarely. I think, I would get a call, when the ratings came out on Tuesday, I'd get a call more often than not from Scott Sassa and Brad Siegel. They would kind of jointly call me and tell me what the rating was and congratulate me. Occasionally, Ted would be on that call, but there was nothing more than congratulations and kind of telephonic high fives.
Where did the idea of having Medusa throw the WWE Women's title belt in the garbage come from? Was that, I guess, hard to convince her to do that at all, or?
I'm pretty sure that would have been my idea. It sounds like something that would have started with me.
Right.
I don't recall. I think she was pretty cautious and reluctant to do it, but I had a long relationship with Medusa. I came up in a business with her back with Vern, and
Right.
I think she trusted me, and I think she pretty much realized she was done with WWE anyway. So
Yeah, I was going to ask you, do you think it, hurt her post WCW?
I think it definitely hurt any post WCW relationship she would have ever been able to have with them. But to be honest, I wasn't thinking about that at the time. I wasn't worried about what's she going to do when she leaves working for me.
Right.
And I'm not sure she was either.
Looking back, do you regret any of that at all, or no?
Not at all.
Okay. Vince McMahon had said that it was a tawdry thing for you to do. How do you react to that statement?
What did Vince say?
That it was tawdry?
Tawdry?
Yeah.
Tawdry. That's an interesting word. Vince McMahon referring to my actions as tawdry. I'm going to have to Google that and see how it would apply, but I don't think it was tawdry. I think it was a kick in the balls. I don't think it was any more tawdry than doing the Billionaire Ted skits.
That was one of my next questions. Actually, it was my next question. And what are your reactions to that? And do you think it legitimized the competition by doing so?
I think it was the beginning. I think once they kind of stooped, once WWE, I won't say stooped, once they made the decision to go on offense and start acknowledging, I think the audience then began to like the battle.
Yeah.
Up until that point, they were kind of like, oh, let's just the norm. Well, they don't exist. By that time, when it got to that point, now they were selling it.
Did Ted Turner watch those skits?
I think he did. I think somebody got him a tape.
And he enjoyed them or something.
I think I was in the room when we watched the tape together. I think that's one of the last times I may have been with Ted, I think.
Did he pop?
Yeah. Okay. Ted thought they were funny as hell.
Around this period of time, describe the week in the life of Eric Bischoff. How crazy was it for you?
What year? What time?
That's 96, 97?
Yeah. It's the reason I ask what time specifically, because when it was just Nitro, it was pretty intense. It was creative. It was managing talent. It was dealing with all the internal office issues because remember, I had every one of the main departments reporting up to me. So there was a lot of hands-on. My days were typically 12, 14, 16-hour days. I traveled, left every Sunday, usually. Got home Tuesday, went right back to work, worked through the weekend, did it all over again. So it was intense. It was hard. It got insane when we were doing Thunder. Now
I'll ask you about that.
Yeah, I was doing 2 live national cable shows, 5 shows in syndication. That's a lot of television. I think we were producing like 300 hours of television a year at one point. It's a lot of TV. And I was hands-on 75% of it.
Who did you travel with back then?
It depends. In the beginning when we were doing Nitro, we were flying commercial.
Right.
Towards when it got really successful, and especially when we started doing Thunder, there just wasn't enough time to even fly commercial. And even the economics of it, it was cheaper in many cases to just charter a small jet and put 6 or 8 people in it that were otherwise going to fly first class anyway, and charter jets. And then it depends who was available. A lot of the guys, I lived in Atlanta, so Scott Norton I traveled with.
I was going to ask you if you hung with the boys.
A couple of them. I didn't hang with Scott away from, although I came up with Scott in AWA as well. He's a great guy. But Page, Steiner's occasionally, whoever was close.
As Nitro evolved, one of the criticisms at the time was that the show was written extremely late, sometimes going on the air with announcers and others not knowing what was going on in terms of like the plans for the night. Why was that?
Oh, first of all, I don't know that it was always true. Certainly it was true sometimes. And without a doubt, anytime you're producing a live show, Vince McMahon to this day, and I just read a Business Week article last night on the plane, actually, or on my iPhone, that just came out about how Vince changes the show right up until the last minute. And it's not necessarily because of bad planning or not being able to make decisions, but shit changes. You get injuries that happen. Somebody comes up to you at the last minute with a better idea. What are you supposed to do? Not change it? Not do it because it's a better idea? Because we're going to have to make changes right up until the last minute. Not everybody's going to know about it. Sometimes shit happens on a live show. It's not a tape show. So with the very nature of doing live TV, it can be kind of combustible when it comes to, showtime. But for the most part, we tried to plan ahead.
All right. How often were plans for a live broadcast changed over the course of that broadcast based on what was going on during Raw?
Never that I remember. That's another kind of fictitious narrative that was put out there, and that I was sitting back watching Raw while I was doing the show, and that's bullshit.
Yeah.
I mean, I couldn't be watching the monitor, calling a match, and watching Raw. Occasionally the truck would go to break. They would change the break times up and maybe shorten or extend matches, during the course of a show to take advantage of break time. But guess what? That happens across the boards anyway.
Sabu was brought in for the first few months of WCW Nitro, but gone within 2 months. What happened that Sabu wasn't signed to a long-term deal?
I don't remember the period of time when Sabu came in. I mean, obviously I did, but I don't remember the situation with him or what, why we brought him in or what predicated him leaving, to be honest with you.
Okay. Talk about the importance of signing more talent as Nitro began, especially Chris Benoit, Eddie Guerrero, and Dean Malenko.
Yeah, Benoit, Malenko, and Guerrero. That was another very specific. There was a reason I brought those guys in, and I believed, and this again comes from. It started with my experience in Japan, and watching the different styles. I sit back and I would watch what we did on our show. And I don't remember when I brought those guys in if we were a 2-hour show or a 3-hour show. I think we were a 2-hour show at the time. But if you look at the show, just pull yourself back and you kind of look at it without knowing too much about it. There was a similarity in the presentation. All of the guys were big guys. No, they all had their own storylines. They had their unique characters. But the physicality in the ring, there was a sameness to it all. And in order for anybody to stand out, somebody's going to have to be different. And I had spent a lot of time in Japan, and I'd watched them work in Japan. I went, man, nobody, that's nobody that's 300 pounds is going to do that crazy shit. And we had a bunch of big guys. So I thought, God, if I could bring those guys in and use them at the top of my second hour, they were like my meat in the middle of the sandwich, so to speak, and just present something that's totally different. It'll make the style in the ring for the big heavyweights look different. It will break up I don't want to say the monotony, but it'll break up the feeling in the presentation of the show throughout the 2-hour show. And that's why I brought him in. I want him to be and I remember sitting in my office and saying, guys, I want you 3 guys, literally the exact words were, to be my human car crash. That's what I want you to do. So that's what I'd seen him do over in Japan.
Right. Early impressions of Chris Benoit.
Chris was so quiet and intense that, I don't remember specifically, but I'm sure that my impression of him was that he was 100% professional, committed, and extremely quiet, reserved.
What about Eddie and Dean?
My impression, the feeling I got from Eddie talking to him was that he was pretty distrustful. He was very cautious. Not distrustful necessarily of me, although that may have been it, but the situation, he just wasn't sure it was the right thing for him to do. He had a good gig in Japan. He had a good gig going on. He didn't want to make a mistake. And Eddie, and it wasn't just me, and I know it wasn't me because we became friends afterwards, but Eddie was the type of guy that was always wondering what was the ultimate motive behind something you were saying or doing, and he didn't want to make a mistake.
Right. What about Dean?
Dean was very quiet, very professional. Dean struck me as the kind of guy that he'd look you right in the eye and tell you exactly what he thought. If he didn't like it, you'd know it. And if he didn't say anything, then he liked it.
When was the first time you heard of ECW?
I don't recall.
Okay. Did you follow the product at all or watch it for the talent at all or no?
No. And that's another narrative that certain people that used to work there, and I still joke about today, is, Paul Heyman was a master at rallying the troops and creating the enemy and the bad guy so that people would rally around him and build his team. But so much of the crap that I've heard about me stealing people from him, trying to put him out of business, and I never watched his show. I mean, I've probably dropped in on, I'm not even sure I got it where I lived in Atlanta, to be honest with you. And if I did, I don't recall watching it much. Anything I watched would have been on tape, if I recall, and it was clips of it. But there was nothing there that, I liked. And it's funny. Here's an example. I've never liked the hardcore style. It's just never been. No, I realize, I also don't like scalped potatoes. Doesn't mean other people shouldn't, but
Right.
I don't. But everybody that knows me has known I've always felt this way. And I was talking to Bully on the phone yesterday while I was on my way here. He said, "Hey, what are you doing?" I said, "I'm going to Philadelphia." He goes, "You're going to the hardcore capital of the world, and everybody knows how much you love that." And it was a joke because I've never appreciated that presentation. And I certainly wouldn't want to have mimicked it or tried to copy it or do anything that Paul Heyman was doing at the time. A, because it's just not my taste. And B, I couldn't have gotten away with it anyway. Paul was able to get away with so much of the stuff that he did because he was under the radar. He used music that he didn't have the rights to help get his guys over because he was so under the radar that he didn't get sued. I was Turner Broadcasting. If I would have done that, it would have cost us hundreds of thousands of dollars in fines and fees. I couldn't have done that. And the style and the presentation of his show at the time was such that it would have never worked for my network.
If you weren't familiar with the talents in ECW, who was advising you as to what talents were out there?
I don't recall. It depends. Depends on who it was. Sometimes I got phone calls directly from the talent. Other times they would go, most of the time it would come through other talent that they knew.
Like Kevin or Conan or something?
Yeah, it depends on who it was.
Okay. What are your memories of the deal sending Bobby Eaton and Arn Anderson to ECW to help promote the Slamboree pay-per-view in Philly? And why didn't a working relationship with ECW continue after that?
Honestly, I don't remember that. I do remember, and I don't know if it was associated with that moment or not. But
I think it was a legal thing, and then you guys traded talent just for.
Yeah, I do remember having a meeting with Paul in Orlando one evening. I think it was Orlando. So I was probably there doing TV anyway, and we talked about trying to do something together, and that may have been how that manifests, but I really don't recall.
Okay. Getting back to Dean, Chris, and Eddie, there was this in I think it was August '95 when you hired them. One story is when you hired Dean, Chris, and Eddie in August that you used New Japan's relationship with WCW as leverage to get them to sign. How true was that?
So that was true at all.
Okay.
It had nothing. I mean, I had a great relationship with New Japan. I would have never, ever, ever put myself at risk with New Japan and use them as leverage. And it wasn't necessary. Those guys they'd work their Japan shows, and I think I still allowed them to work in Japan. It wasn't like one or the other. That's not true at all.
Okay. Getting back to Paul Heyman, WWF built a working relationship with Paul during that time period. Why didn't WCW pursue that as well? Since Paul and Kevin Sullivan went back a long way. And looking back, do you wish that you had done that at all?
Why didn't I? I mean, as we talked about earlier, I think I attempted to at one point try to work with Paul, and it didn't work out for whatever reason that I can't recall. Do I regret that we didn't do it? No, I don't.
Okay. What was your relationship like with Paul before you started running WCW, and then after the Monday Night War began?
You know, I was distrustful of Paul and the AWA. To me, he came off as kind of as many small promoters do, and we were small promoters in the AWA at the time. He was working very closely with a guy by the name of Rob Russin.
Yep.
And it's just, my gut instinct was, I'm going to stay over here. I'll let this guy do their thing. That was just my impression. And I never really got to know Paul, so it was an unfair impression. He left WCW shortly after I was really involved too much. And then after he left in the ECW thing, I became the mortal enemy and the catalyst for, everything that he was doing, according to people that used to work there at the time. And he said a lot of things about me that weren't true, which kind of reinforced the earlier perception I had of him. It's like, God, I was right about it. I mean, he's kind of a sleazebag. But, subsequently I got to know Paul when I went to work at WWE, and we got along fine. I respect him now. I mean, it's easy to look back 20 years now and make judgments, but now I respect him.
Heyman would often tell stories of suing WCW. How often did that actually happen?
I think he threatened once or twice, but nothing ever happened. Paul was very, there's a lot of hyperbole when it came to that.
Okay. When WWF began working with ECW, you called it the biggest threat to WCW. I think it was a Prodigy chat with Bob Ryder. Why did you feel that way at the time?
What was the question again?
When WWF began working with ECW, you called it the biggest threat to WCW.
God, I don't recall that.
When ECW booked their first pay-per-view, I think it was March of '97, barely legal, WCW booked a Nitro taping the next night in Philly. When ECW show was postponed, I guess, under April, WCW then booked the day after the new date for Philly. Would you not consider that to be aggressive behavior against a much smaller promotion? If not, why was the taping moved? It's a lot of questions right there.
It's a lot of questions, and quite honestly, I don't recall that it ever really happened. If it did, I honestly, and I have nothing to lose at this time. It's not like I'd be embarrassed. I did a lot of aggressive shit, so I would actually be proud of it. But I don't recall that happened. And if it did, I'm not sure why it was.
What are your memories of signing Mike Awesome when he was still under contract to ECW?
I don't know that he was still under contract. We wouldn't have signed him had we known he was under contract. If I recall correctly, there was some ambiguity as to whether or not a contract had ever been signed by Paul. I don't remember that specifically. But Mike Awesome was related to Hulk. He was a good guy. Hulk really wanted him in, and we determined that he was free and clear, so we hired him.
In hindsight, do you think Mike was worth signing back then?
For the role that he played, yeah, I do. It's not like we made him the world heavyweight champion. He came in. We had a lot of TV to produce, and we needed good talent.
When Goldberg was turned heel in Baltimore, I believe it was 2000 Great American Bash, there was a big surprise that was teased in the weeks leading to the show. At the time, there were rumors that WCW was trying to bring in an ECW for a working relationship. Was there anything to that?
Not that I recall.
Okay.
I think so much of your questions probably reflect a lot of the narrative that was artificially created to kind of recreate the kind of war between WCW and WWE at the time. And I think Paul tried to draft a lot of that interest. I can tell you, and I would say this to Paul, there was never this we got to drive them out of business mentality. It just wasn't. They were not a threat to us.
What are your thoughts on when WWE resurrected ECW in 2005?
I didn't quite understand it, to be honest with you. And this is very personal, meaning it's my unique perspective. But I go back and I think about, okay, what was ECW? Looking back now, and it's not when it was happening, but looking back now, what was it? It was a show that was on TNN that hardly anybody watched. that did very small pay-per-view buy rates, that never made any money, that never had any licensing, never had any merchandising, never did an international tour. It was a small, rather insignificant, but very insignificant in the business, in the sense of being financially measurable. Obviously, their fan base was passionate, very passionate, but from a purely business perspective, what was it? And the reason that there was passion and the reason that the product was unique and different than, and there were many reasons, but one of them was the sheer level of violence and the extreme, no pun intended, that they would go to present their product. I didn't understand when they brought it to WWE how you could try to pick that package up as raw and crude as it was to gain the passion that it did, and then pick it up and move it over here into something that's relatively sterile and commercial by comparison.
Right.
It just seemed like a square peg in a round hole to me.
So you pretty much knew right from the get-go that it wouldn't really take off again.
I can't say that I knew. I just, again, I wasn't involved in the discussions or decisions at that time, obviously with WWE, but it just seemed like a square peg in a round hole to me.
What are your memories of One Night Stand as a show and as a launching point for the new brand?
As a show, I had a blast. I mean, again, kind of supporting what I said to you earlier. I never really followed ECW much. I didn't really quite understand the passion for it in New York or in Philadelphia and some of the markets they were famous for and embedded in. I knew I had heat with the ECW fans because of all the stuff that Paul had done, and guys like Steve Austin did, and Mick Foley, and I was a good whipping boy. If you wanted to get yourself over in ECW, all you had to do was bury Eric Bischoff.
Right.
It was kind of like falling down. It was very easy to do. And that's cool, and I understand it, and I understood it then. But I didn't understand the magnitude of it, with that core audience. So when I heard about it, it was like, oh, great, we get to do a show in New York. I love going to New York. It's fun. It'll be fun. And when I got to the arena, well, when they opened up the arena, I'd gotten there quite a bit earlier, but when the people were there, and I don't remember everything that I did, obviously, but the fucking heat I had there was awesome.
Yeah.
And I love that. I love great heat. I mean, great heat, great sex, lottery tickets, all kind of the same thing to me. It was really, really fun, and I love to perform in that kind of environment. So it was great. I don't remember how it happened, but I was somehow involved with Bully and Devon, and we were working out a spot. And I said, "Why don't you guys, haul me outside and throw me in a garbage bin?" I said, "Really? You'd let us do that?" Like, yeah, let's do that. And ended up being part of the finish.
All right.
And I think it was Bully that ended up dumping me back there. Now that I think about it, it's like, God, I could have gotten tetanus, and I'm sure it wasn't the cleanest thing in the
Especially
world.
in New York City.
Yeah, I can't imagine doing it now, but back then I was like, fucking crowd will love it. Let's do it.
Now, you knew we were going to have to bring this up. nWo. Let's talk about it. How did the signing of Kevin Nash and Scott Hall come about?
Rob, I wish I remembered, more specific details, but again, it was so long ago, and so much, I've talked about it so much, and other people have talked about it so much, and I'm not sure it doesn't all get commingled into a version of the reality. But
there's a version that they through DDP came to you, and then there's a version that you had DDP approach them.
They came to me through DDP.
Okay.
Actually, I'll take that back. Scott came to me through DDP. I may have gone to DDP about Kevin when I heard that he was coming up and he was going to be available. But honestly, I don't recall.
Okay. It's been said that you had came up with the concept for the Outsiders invading after attending a New Japan show and seeing New Japan versus UWFI. Is that correct?
That is not correct.
Okay.
It is not correct.
Okay.
And I read that recently. Actually, I think Jim Ross may have said it, or I heard it on his podcast, or somebody reported it on his podcast. That is not true. What is true is that I was influenced greatly by some of the things that I saw in Japan, just like I was with Benoit and Guerrero and Malenko. And what influenced me the most was the reality and the perception within the mainstream media and within the audience that what was happening was real and that there were real battles between UWF or whoever it was at the time. I can't remember the name of the companies anymore, but Inoki and
New
whoever it
Japan,
was,
Baba.
Baba, war and all that, and then realizing that it was all pretty much manufactured for a good purpose. But they did a great job at it, and the media covered it. I'd go over to Tokyo Dome and have 90,000 people in the arena, and it would be on the front page of the sports page the next day. I was like, God, we can't even buy advertising on the sports page, and they're covering it like news. How do they do that? And they did it by creating that sense of urgency and reality and takeover and invasion. So there wasn't a specific thing that I saw somebody else doing in a formula. It was the kind of macro approach to the business that I saw in Japan over the course of a couple of years that made me think, how do I get that same sense of reality here?
Obviously, realism was a big part of the Outsiders' debut, as was playing off the idea that they were WWE talents. Where does those concepts come from? And how important was it to get away from the standard wrestling logic at the time?
This I can't speak to because I remember it. There's certain things I remember very clearly, just like going and locking myself in a room and trying to come up with something different than. When I knew, and it's funny, it's not like I had this idea and then, I'm going to bring Scott Hall in and I'll bring Kevin in to execute the idea. These things kind of all happened almost, if I'm going to bring them in, what am I going to do? Because the NWO, not that I knew what I was going to call it or how I was going to do it, but the general concept started to take shape in my head probably 6 months before, maybe more, maybe less, but before. And then when Scott became available, and ultimately Kevin, it started to click for me. And one of the things that clicked was the reality of the situation. Now, I'm not going to lie to you or anybody else and say that I didn't want to walk that fine line of making it look like they were from WWE, but that wasn't the real motivator. The real motivator was both Scott and Kevin had worked at WCW before, felt that they were misused, mistreated, and abused, went over to WWF to become big stars, and now they were coming back to extract their revenge. That's it. Everything else kind of came along with it rather easily and almost coincidentally, as opposed by design. So it wasn't as Machiavellian and, quite honestly, as intelligent and artistic as sometimes it's made out to be. I just went, wait a minute. I know what's working over there. This is real because they both used to work here. They can come back and be pissed off and take it out on WCW and take over the company and prove their point. That's pretty basic storytelling. That was the essence of that idea.
When did you sit back and go, you know what? I got something here. When did you realize that you had something?
Before I started it.
Before you started it?
Yeah.
You knew going into it. Did you know it was going to be with Kevin and Scott?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. I didn't know who number 3 was going to be once we started it, but I knew. Yeah, I knew.
Did you always know that you wanted a third?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. In 2014, is it possible it's time to get away from the realism and send the business back towards more of the older logic, or no?
I don't think so. And the reason I say that, and if you would have asked me that, before reality television, I would have said, yeah, because everything's a cycle.
Yeah.
Everything comes and goes, pendulum swings. But I don't think the pendulum will ever swing back to a totally, WWF 1980 kind of presentation because the audience has been saturated with reality. And now that they've kind of been saturated with reality, going back to that animated presentation of the product, I don't think will ever attract a big audience.
Were you surprised when WWE decided to sue over WCW, allegedly infringing on the Razor and Diesel copyrights?
I don't think I was surprised. I don't remember how I felt about it. I mean, obviously, I was.
How did you react?
I thought we were right. I didn't do anything wrong. I didn't feel like I did. Now I got a little bit of an education in federal court, when it comes to trademark and copyright law. But at the time, I didn't think that I did anything wrong. Looking back at it now, knowing what I know now and the experience that I have now, being on both sides of that equation, it's easy to step in that puddle of mud if you don't know what you're doing. And I clearly I did.
Did you talk to Kevin and Scott and say, hey, maybe you can't do this before you went to court, like the mannerisms or anything? No. Okay. Just let him do a thing until I went to court.
Well, because before we got sued, I didn't think I was doing anything wrong.
Right.
I mean, the Scott Hall was Scott Hall before he left. Kevin Nash was Kevin Nash before he left. Now, this was me not quite being as thoroughly versed in trademark and copyright law infringement, but the toothpick and it wasn't the big things; it was the little things that got us into trouble.
Okay. Where did the idea for you to get powerbombed through the table come from? Whose idea was that?
I don't know. I doubt it was anybody else's but mine. I can't imagine Kevin at 7 foot tall and 300 pounds would have said, hey, little non-wrestler, 45-year-old, overweight guy, let me pick you up and drop you 12 feet through the air and powerbomb you through the floor or through the table.
Right.
I don't think he would have done that. I probably volunteered for that.
Did you feel by taking that bump you were showing your roster that you were willing to do anything for the cause?
No, that wasn't my intention at all. The intention was to do something shocking. Keep in mind, go back in time. The rule was, there were certain rules in wrestling. Don't go on the air 5 minutes early and give away that your competition's finished. That was one of them. But you never laid a hand on an announcer, ever. I mean, I knew Vern would be livid when I did that. That was important.
Right.
Okay. I needed to break that rule, and I wanted to break it in a big way.
Okay. Is it true the plan for the third member for the NWO was going to be Sting if Hulk balked at turning heel?
Absolutely true.
Okay. How hard was it to get Hogan to make that move?
It was hard. And the backstory of that was I had wanted to turn Hulk heel 6 months prior to that, approximately. And I did my best to convince him. And in the most polite way he could possibly do so, he threw me out of his house.
What was his reasoning?
Just didn't want to do it. His response to me was, I'll never forget, I make jokes about it with him now, but it's like, as I'm pitching, he's doing this. Stroking his Fu Manchu. I got done pitching and he's still stroking his Fu Manchu. Brother, I got to pick the kids up from school. Thanks for coming by. You'll never know my character until you walk a mile in my yellow boots. See ya. Whoa, fuck. I mean, that's almost verbatim.
Right.
How it went. And he was very nice about it. It was probably nicer than the way I communicated it just now. But he basically threw me out of the house. Didn't want to talk about it. That was it. And then at that time, he had 4 pay-per-view appearances and some TVs leading up to that. That was part of his contract. And we had already used up, I think, all of them, or maybe we had one left or something. I don't remember what it was. And he went off to go do a movie. Santa with Muscles, actually, is the movie that he was doing at the time. He went off to go do a movie. Well, from the time that I went and pitched him and then he went off to go do a movie, that's when everything started with Scott, Kevin. And then I got a phone call from Hulk. Brother, what are you doing? Come on out to California. I'm stuck on a movie set, but come on out to California. I want to talk to you. I said, sure. So I flew out to California and I sat down, went into his trailer. He's in there, he had a 12-pack of beer, Cuban cigar, and handed me a cigar and a beer, and we're relaxing a little bit. Who's the third guy? I said, I'm not telling. He goes, I know who it should be. I said, okay, tell me about it. Because he had been watching.
And he saw the money too, obviously.
Well, yeah, come on. I mean, that's the narrative.
Right.
Did he see the momentum? Of course. He's not stupid. Did he know that it was the right time if he's ever going to turn heel? Look, Hulk, it's just, people are so predisposed to judge him negatively that way. It was a good thing. He's a guy that knows his value. Now, he knew when he was a babyface in WCW towards the end of his first run there, he knew it wasn't working. He knew what people were saying and how they were reacting when he went out to ringside. He didn't like that. He knew that wasn't what he wanted or what was good for the company. But until somebody presented him with an idea that made a lot of sense to him, he wasn't willing to risk the value that whatever value there was. It may have only been 60% of what it was, but it's still 45% more than we had in anybody else. And he didn't want to risk that unless it was the right idea. And sure, he saw that it was the right idea. And to a degree, I guess that's, self-serving, but it was also the best thing for the company.
Right. Do you think the NWO would have taken off the same if Sting would have turned heel?
No.
No. Why is that?
It just wouldn't have been as shocking. That moment when Hulk Hogan turned heel in Daytona Beach was shocking.
Yeah.
There has not been another moment quite like that in the business since that day. And I don't know that there ever will be, in my opinion. That was a big deal. It was 25 years in the making. It was a character that had never turned before. It was an amazing moment.
What are your memories of that night?
I have a lot of them. Stress being one of them, because I didn't know for sure that Hulk was actually going to do it until I saw him walk into the building. I wasn't sure because Hulk it was a big move for him, and he can get himself worked up or down pretty easily, or back then, not so much anymore, not at all anymore. But back then, he was volatile. And depending on who he was talking to or how he was feeling, his point of view could change, especially about something that big.
Did Kevin Sullivan have any influence on him? Because we did an interview with Kevin. Kevin said he slept at his house one night or something. God.
I'll get to Kevin in a minute.
Okay.
Kevin was instrumental in this to a degree. But I didn't know for sure, and it was kind of tough because not knowing that Hulk was going to call me up and invite me to California. The plan was we already started the plan. It was happening. Okay. Now it was, okay, who do I make that third guy? Who's that big surprise? Is it going back to surprises, which was a big part of my formula? What do we do? Sting was the obvious candidate because I didn't think Hulk was going to do it. So I had talked Sting into it, and Sting was a lot like Hulk in that respect, in terms of making that change. He didn't want to do it if it wasn't the right idea. And it took a lot for me to get Sting to do it. Then I get the phone call from Hulk. So now I got to keep Sting as a backup plan because I wasn't 100% positive that Hulk was actually going to go through with it until he walked into the building.
Right.
So that was the background and the context. Now we get to that night. I couldn't have Hulk come to the building early because I've been reading about this shit. So I had to keep him away. I knew he was volatile. And I couldn't talk to him. I couldn't manage him. So that's where Kevin Sullivan came in to try to keep him grounded and keep him on track.
Any feedback at all from Turner Broadcasting about the decision to turn Hogan heel?
No. They never ever got involved in creative. They never asked to see it. Well, until the end when I got into the Time Warner AOL culture, but they never asked to see it. Unless it was something stupid that I did, nudity or dropping F-bombs on TV or something like that. They never ever got involved.
Kevin Nash has claimed that when WWE decided to bring in imposter versions of Razor and Diesel, that WCW thought something had happened to nullify their deals with Nash and Scott and had signed them to new contracts for larger paydays. What are your memories of this? And did anything along those lines actually happen?
It's the first I've ever heard of that.
Okay. Talk about the process of creating the NWO as a separate entity with the music and the commercial advertisements, etc.
From what I can recall, once we saw that we had what we had and we knew it was successful, we knew that we also had to do a show on Thunder. By that time, I had to have two different shows. I wanted to be able to compete with myself, not unlike SmackDown and Raw tried to.
Right.
Remember going back to the draft and crossovers. They were trying to create their own competitions. What that was. I tried it before them. That was the whole idea. Okay, we know that this nWo brand, as a brand, was actually more successful than the WCW brand. It did better licensing and merchandising, and it was a more culturally popular thing. I said, okay, we've got this powerful brand. I have this 2-hour show now. I need to go over to TBS. It wasn't my choice. It was forced upon me. So what do? Let's do a WCW versus nWo. Two brand thing. That was the idea. And that's why people say, you ruined it because you built the roster. Well, guess why?
That was, yeah.
Because I had to. It's not because I wanted to, because I had to.
I was going to ask if there was ever a concern of adding too many members of the group. Yeah.
Not when you have to produce another 2-hour show in prime time.
Okay. And obviously that's why you added, the Giant, who was the fourth member, and so on. What led you to becoming a member of the NWO? Did you ever feel like it was a mistake to put yourself at the forefront of the, of the top angle?
Again, I don't know if it was my idea, if it was suggested to me. I don't know where it started from. It's always hard to remember where an idea started because sometimes they're just, you come up with an idea and then I hear a fragment of what you say and I throw it over to this guy and then he takes it and it turns into this idea. And then by the time you're done with it, you don't know where it started really. Everybody participated in it. I knew I had heat. I've always had heat. I had heat the minute I stepped into this business. For Vern, I had heat. And clearly by that time, I had a ton of heat. So it wasn't like a giant fucking leap to go, well, wait a minute, why don't I turn because it was part of the story. I was the president of WCW legitimately and as a character, it was kind of just made sense. From a creative point of view, but I don't remember if it was my idea or not. And as far as, do I think it was a mistake? No, I mean, clearly, for a long time, it worked for a lot of people. I got a lot of people over kicking my ass.
Easy for you to play the character?
Yeah.
How far-fetched was the character from the real Eric Bischoff?
Quite a bit, actually. I mean, it's easy for me to play it.
Right.
Especially at that time, because I was the president of the company. It wasn't like a giant stretch. I wasn't an actor coming in trying to pretend I knew what the wrestling business was about. I had 15 or 18 years worth of equity with the wrestling audience in terms of who I was in real life, that it was not a big shift to turn that into a character and just abuse that power. That was easy to do. But I wasn't that guy by any stretch of the imagination.
Urban legend time. Is it true that you bought a new leather jacket every week when you got to the TV? I guess because you didn't want to carry it on planes and stuff like that.
That is the dumbest fucking thing I've ever heard.
Yeah, somebody mentioned that, so I didn't know how true it was. So.
No, that's not true. That's really silly.
Was there ever a concern that NWO was so hot that it actually hurt WCW's own brand?
And maybe not from a brand perspective, but I do remember talent coming to me and being and rightfully so, by the way, because we had changed the formula so much where we had these heels, quote unquote heels, but the audience was digging that shit. And that upended the status quo and the formula quite a bit. So our baby faces, our protagonists, all of a sudden didn't quite understand how they were supposed to get over when they were trying to make a comeback on somebody that the audience loved. So it became confusing.
And what would you tell the talent?
Oh, I don't recall specific conversations, but by that time I knew that we were on enough of a roll that my kind of mandate to everybody was to just make this stuff work. Don't worry so much about how you're getting over or what's going to happen to your character. Let's worry about telling the story and keeping this thing intact.
Why did the NWO Sold Out pay-per-view not work as a separate entity?
It's hard to say why Sold Out didn't work as a separate entity. It should have. It could have been the time of year. It could have been the story that was driving it might not have been right. It could have been any number of things. It's hard for me to look back at that and go, I don't think I even analyzed it back then.
Okay. How much of the Mr. McMahon character do you think was based off yourself in WCW?
Oh, a lot. I mean, go back and look. Just go back and look. Vince McMahon went from wearing his, suits and $3,000 suits and his ties and perfectly coiffed hair. And next thing you know, he's sitting behind the desk with a black jean jacket on as the heel owner of the company. It's hard for me, honestly, to just visually look. If you didn't know anything about wrestling and you looked at what I was doing and put a time code on it and a date, and then look at what Vince did and look at the date and not see the similarities, I guess you could say it was just coincidence, but it's kind of hard to believe that.
As WCW grew, the stories began to circulate that you were extremely arrogant about putting WWE out of business and often giving speeches backstage, that the company was about to put Vince down. At the time, is that really what you wanted, or did you just want to motivate the crew?
I think I touched on it earlier. I never wanted to put WWE out of business. There was nothing in that for me. What I did want to do is be number one and control 75% of the market share. That was important to
Right.
me. Now, if because there were rumors, by the way, and I think I've even heard WWE people, including maybe Vince McMahon, talk about how financially desperate they were at that time. And I may have said things like WWE is on the verge of going out of business and we need to be number one. I'm sure I said that, but I can honestly say that it was never my motivation because there was nothing in that for me.
Is it possible with the success that I might have wet your head a little bit at all during this period of time? That was like, one of the big rumors.
I don't know what that means. Clearly, I knew we were successful and I was enjoying it.
Did you change?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I was under a lot more pressure.
Okay.
I was under pressure before we became successful. I was really under pressure afterwards, but it's my approach, my outlook on life didn't change. But I can see how people probably felt like it did. I know that when I'd show up backstage and I'd walk down the hall and I had 25 other things on my mind and someone would come by and say hello, I probably wasn't as friendly as I otherwise would have been prior to all that success when I didn't have that pressure. But that in no means, from my perspective, did it just because I was feeling arrogant. It was just the pressure in this situation.
Okay. What led to the legal issue between WCW and Ric Flair? And why was it such a big deal that Rick missed a date in order to see his son compete in amateur wrestling? Let me ask you, in hindsight, do you think pursuing legal action against someone who meant so much as WCW was a mistake?
It was a game of chicken on both parts. It was give me what I want or else on his side. It was me saying, okay, you can't push me over a cliff because if I let you do it, then I'm going to have to let everybody else do it. So it wasn't something that I wanted to do. I found no joy in doing it. I regret that the situation ever got to the point that it did, but it wasn't. It wasn't a malicious thing on my part. I was forced into a corner, and if I didn't do what I had to do, anybody virtually on the roster could not show up at an event. And whatever the reason was, or the narrative of the reasons were, the point was being made. It was a negotiation, and it was an extreme form of it.
Okay. What led to Roddy Piper coming in Halloween Havoc? What do you remember of working with Roddy?
I I miss Roddy a ton. Again, I don't remember all the backstory and why we brought him in and what the plans were and who suggested it or any of those things. Um, well, actually, I do now. I do remember who suggested it, but
Would it have
Roddy
been
was,
Hawk?
huh?
Would it have been Hawk?
No,
No. Okay.
it was a mutual friend of Roddy's and mine at that time.
Okay.
That worked out in Los Angeles, who was just friends with Roddy. Um, but Roddy was a blast. He's just crazy. He's fun.
As 1997 hit, you had Piper, Hogan, Nash, Hall, Savage, Flair, Sting, Luger, and a lot of other guys under one roof. How do you keep all of those strong personalities happy and still get what you need out of them as a promoter at the same time?
And usually didn't. I mean, very rarely were they all happy, and very rarely were we able to get what we needed out of each and every one of them every week. It got to be that was probably one of the reasons why people thought I was arrogant and I had changed because, literally I'd get home and want to go out and beat my head on a hard, sharp object, for an hour just to make the pain go away. It was tough.
Who were some of the talents that were really vocal and would
It
always
wasn't
be?
that anybody was vocal, it wasn't any of them were forceful necessarily at any given time, but they each had their points of view. And, sometimes they were almost all of them could be right in certain ways. So, yeah, you're dealing with strong personalities with long track records of success, and um, it's not a fun place sometimes.
How important was the rise of Diamond Dallas Page important to WCW? And what was your response to those who say he was only pushed because he was your friend?
Uh, okay, this is Paige, I love you. I know I never call you. I suck on the phone, but I love you. It wasn't that important to WCW. It was important to Paige, and it was important to me because of my relationship with Paige. It ended up being very beneficial for Paige, which became very beneficial to WCW. But it was never, wow, if we can't get Paige over, then WCW is in a bad way. WCW was rocking and rolling. The reason Paige got over or was able to get over was because of him. You know, I've read some of the ways people take what I'm about to say out of context and carefully edit it or repeat it in a way that makes me look like a jackass. But WCW was up here. It was rising. It was rising. And it's easy to get people over when you've got 20 people on your show or 5 people on your show, 10 people on your show, 10 people on your show who are over. Now all of a sudden you can do something and the audience reacts to it almost spontaneously or instantly, as opposed to having a whole roster full of guys that are struggling to, you know, just do anything to make anybody want to watch. Paige emerged as a character, and I had a big hand in that. You know, I don't know what he says and what he thinks, but I remember it specifically. Paige was kind of floundering, and we were friends, and it bothered me that he was floundering because I knew how passionate he was and how much I wanted it and he wanted it. So when it happened, it was great for both of us. As far as people saying it's the only reason it happened is because he was my friend, that's not fair. You know, did I give him a little extra attention? Did I think about his character and I think about a way to get his character over more so than maybe I would the honky tonk man? Of course I did. Because he was my friend? Yes, that's true. But it's not like, by God, I'm going to get this guy over no matter what. That's not true. It's not fair to him.
At the same time, there was a belief that the undercard performers, such as the luchadors and cruiserweights, were being disrespected by the management, while at the same time being the workhorses of the company. Do you think that's a fair assessment?
From their point of view, sure. But I'll go back to the conversation I had with Chris and Dean and Eddie. Their roles and the luchadors and everybody else that came in kind of under that cruiserweight banner, their roles on that show was to be different than the main event and the bigger, typical American style wrestlers at the top of the card. That's why I brought them in. And when they came in, they were all thrilled to death with that role.
Right.
And they were all making more money than they'd ever made in their lives, and they were getting more attention. They were on a national platform, which none of them had ever really been on before. At a time when the show was getting 4s and 5s and #1 show on all cable television. So they were all happy until they got used to that role, and then they wanted more. Then they wanted to be in the main event. Then they wanted to be making $700,000 a year instead of $200,000 a year. And then the wheels started falling off that relationship.
One argument for the alleged lack of respect for the luchadors was having some of them, including Ray and Hoovy, take off their masks. What do you say to that?
Again, I understand it, especially from, not from Hoovy's point of view, but I clearly understand it from Ray's point of view. Better now than I did then, but even now, I look back at my motivation for it then, and Ray was a phenomenal performer. And the American audience didn't have the fascination with the mask and the relationship with the cultural aspect of that the Mexican audience did. They just don't. And Ray was such a good-looking guy, and I'm sure he still is. But at that time, especially, you know, he was still smaller in his style. And the hardest part for me at that time, and even looking back at it now, is when you've got a wrestler and you can't see their face, you can't see their emotion. And if you can't see their emotion, you can't get sympathy for them. And as much as I love that unique international aspect, the Hispanic aspect of the mask and the culture that it brought with it, his character had been around long enough where I thought, okay, if we wanted to go to the next level, let's see him feel what he's feeling when somebody's getting
Right.
heat on him. That was my motivation, but it wasn't, I didn't mean it to be disrespectful. It ultimately was to him because of my lack of understanding of it all, but that wasn't the intent.
Was there an incident with you and Eddie Guerrero with coffee where I guess you threw coffee at Eddie or something like that?
I didn't throw it at him. I threw it on the floor and it got on him.
What happened there?
I don't know. We were arguing about something. And Eddie could be forceful and Eddie could push my buttons. And I don't know. I don't remember what it was about, but I got pissed off and I threw a cup of coffee, and I certainly would have thrown it at him.
Right.
I, you know, I wouldn't have done that. That's a bitchy little thing to do, but I did throw it, and I'm sure it got on him, and I'm sure that's how the story evolved into, me throwing a cup of coffee on him.
Talk about your memories of bringing Ultimate Warrior to WCW. Let's start there.
It was a Hulk Hogan thing. It started with Hulk. And again, I think it was Hulk recreating or attempting to recreate some of the magic that he had experienced in the success. Um, he wanted, high profile guy to work with. And in his mind, and mine at the time, I did it. So, I bought into it, that it was something that the audience would perhaps like to see and I could try to make work.
Warrior claims that Hogan only wanted to bring him in to get his win back over Warrior. What are your thoughts on that?
I just think that's wrestling urban culture narrative bullshit.
He also had said that if he realized how bad it would have been, that he wouldn't have went back or went to WCW. What are your thoughts on his statement there?
Who said that?
Warrior said that if he knew how bad it was going to be, he would never have went.
What are my thoughts on that? It wasn't bad because we didn't try. Like, I respect Warrior and his family, so I'm not going to say anything negative about it. But go back and look at, or I encourage anybody who's watching this to go back and look at the way he came in and what you saw on television. And it's not at all what was laid out. It was the longest, most painful live in-ring segment I have ever done in my life. It was written to be about 7 to 10 minutes long. It might have gone 25 minutes. And it went all over the place. And I remember, I think I was in there with Hulk, and I don't know who else is in there, and we're kind of looking at each other. And I'm looking at the girl, I think it was Annette, the girl, the floor director. She's down on the floor going, let's wrap it up. We're a live show. We got commercial breaks. We got to hit. We're syncing with satellites. I mean, and it just was going all over the place. And then shortly after that, he blew out his arm and tore bicep, hanging off the ring cage. So yeah, he probably wouldn't have done it. I wouldn't have done it, but it wasn't because he didn't try and I didn't try. It just didn't work out.
What are your memories working with him and dealing with him?
Well, I just gave you my biggest memory of working with him. And that's vivid. In the ring as a performer. In terms of business, I went to visit him a couple times in Phoenix, and he, Warrior was, he's kind of like Randy Savage in a way, incredibly intense and passionate, very creative. Now, a little on the outside edges of, comprehensible or relatable, but it doesn't mean it's bad. It just means he was just way out there. So you get somebody that's really, really intense and passionate, and you mix that characteristic with somebody that's kind of on the outside edge of really on the outside edge of the box, and it can be a challenge. And he was that challenge. I get home, I'd fly to Phoenix, I'd sit down with him. I remember one time I came home from the airport after having spent 2 days with him, or a day or a night, and I got home and it was like a fax about 4 pounds thick of different ideas of what to do with his character and comic books and all that. And there's nothing wrong with that, because he saw an image and he saw a character in his mind. He was passionate about it, clearly enough to change his name legally to it. But that was challenging, 'cause it took a lot of energy.
Yeah.
It took a lot of energy.
Do you regret having Tony Schiavone reveal Mick Foley was going to win the WWE title, since it caused a huge surge in viewers leaving Nitro to go to Raw? Looking back?
Oh, of course. In retrospect, it was a dumbass thing to do. I underestimated.
Let's talk about Bill Goldberg and the Phenom. When did you realize that he was going to be a major franchise?
Pretty quickly. Right? I think one of the first, again, I'd like to sit back and tell you that we sat back and crafted everything before we did it, and we knew what was going to happen. We had a good idea about what was going to happen, and that would be bullshit. We knew Bill had a great look. He had credibility, but he was green, as I'm sure he would admit. And we brought him out in these short matches to help get him exposed. But the way we didn't anticipate, nobody did, how the crowd was going to react to him. And then once we saw that happening before our eyes, we went, okay, wait a minute. Instead of let's just bringing him out for a squash match, maybe we've got to come up with a way to build on this character much sooner than we thought we would.
Why did WCW sign him to a larger deal in '99 after he already had a valid contract?
Because he held us up.
Okay. You booked him to win the WCW World Title. I believe it was Live Nitro instead of putting it on a pay-per-view and making fans pay for it. Was it more important to try to regain the ratings streak back from WWE at the time?
That may have been a factor. It wasn't the only one, but I knew we were going to be in Atlanta, and it was really Hulk's idea. So I don't, from that perspective of was it, did I do it on TV instead of pay-per-view to get the ratings back? That it wasn't my idea to start with.
Right.
And I remember, this is another one I remember specifically. I said, brother, I got an idea. Let's do this instead of that. Why? Bill's hometown. By that time, we probably had 25,000 tickets sold in advance already. We did like 45 or 50,000 that night, whatever the number was. And Hulk knew it would be a great moment. And I knew and I believed, and I went along with it because great moments on TV ultimately lead to great moments on pay-per-view. So I wasn't worried about the revenue. We were making money at the time. I was fine with it.
Bill Goldberg, easy to deal with?
No.
Why is that?
Intense. And by the way, Bill's a friend. So nothing I'm saying to you, I wouldn't say to his face or probably haven't. But, again, to go back in that time, Bill came in.
Too much too soon?
No, well, maybe, but maybe, but I don't think so. He came in he knew nothing about the business. But he was an athlete. He was intense. He demanded a lot of himself. He was a perfectionist. He had a short fuse, probably still does. And you put him in the environment of professional wrestling where you can't take anything at face value. And all of a sudden now he's being asked to do things, and he's got this guy over here in his ear telling him one thing, and he's got this guy over here telling him one thing, and he's got to deal with me who's telling him one thing. And all of a sudden you mix all that shit into one bucket and you got nitroglycerin. And that's what it was like working with Bill. Now, if Bill had been in the business for 10 or 15 years, this person over here wouldn't have had that much influence, or this person, or he could have looked at me and said, dude, you're full of shit. I want to do this instead.
Right.
But he didn't have that foundation to kind of cut through the bullshit. So he had to, it manifest the way it manifests with Bill.
WCW finger poke of doom with Hogan and Nash. In hindsight, was it a mistake?
Yeah, clearly.
All right.
The reason you're asking me that question would reflect the fact that it was a mistake.
Right, exactly. So, what are your memories of that night?
I don't have any.
You just want to forget about it?
No, well, that's not that. It's just it wasn't that big of a...
Yeah.
It's not like, the plan to introduce the nWo or anything. It was a spot. It was a match. It was a moment.
When did you first reach out to Bret Hart about potentially coming to WCW?
I don't recall. I think if I do recall, we kind of danced once and decided not to dance. We talked about dancing once and decided not to dance. And then the incident happened in Montreal, and then he called me, and it just happened to coincide with the whole Thunder mandate. So I think it was twice.
Were you surprised when he called you back?
No.
No? Okay. Did you feel it was a sign that WWE was on the verge of being defeated?
I don't recall thinking that, actually.
Vince has often said that the reason he screwed Bret at Montreal was to prevent him from showing up on Nitro as WWE champion. Talk about your memories of that period. Would you have put Bret on TV as WWE champion?
No. In fact, we had that I do have pretty vivid memories about. That, Bret coming over and him being the champion was post the nWo, WWE, WCW trademark copyright infringement lawsuit. So now I was a lot smarter about copyright infringement and so forth. Even if I would have wanted to put the belt on him or let him come over with the belt and kind of recreate a Medusa moment, so to speak, there's no way anybody in Turner would have let me do that. So it was never a part of the equation. And I had specific conversations with Bret. I remember Bret calling me, and I don't remember how close it was to the Montreal incident, but he called me and we talked about it. And I said, Bret, you coming over excuse me, Brett, you coming over and becoming a part of the story is a big enough story in itself. You don't need to come over here with the belt. It's not necessary. So it was never a part of the equation.
Were you surprised when WWE screwed Brett? And would you have done it differently if you were in Vince's position?
Oh, was I surprised? Nah, I wasn't surprised. I wasn't not surprised. I think I was kind of ambivalent to that. I might have been shocked. This was a pretty big deal, obviously. I remember sitting at home. I don't know what I was watching. It wasn't that pay-per-view, clearly, but I was sitting home with my wife and the phone rang and it was Rick Rude. And Rick was fucking livid. He was livid. And I'd known Rick for a long, long time. He's a Minnesota guy. And he was pissed. And he's I'm coming back. Not can I come back,
Right.
it's I'm coming back. And he told me what happened. So that was shocking to me. And that was probably moments after it happened. That was almost in real time. And what was the second part of the question? Would I have done differently if I was Vince?
Yeah.
Those questions are always so hard to answer because if I was Vince and if I had been in Vince's shoes and if I would have believed what Vince believed at that moment, probably.
Do you think the screw job hurt Brett's work and marketability once he came to WCW?
Not at all. Not at all. I think it had a traumatic, not dramatic, but traumatic impact on Brett, which I think ultimately affected everything in his life. But from my perspective, then it didn't.
Do you feel that WCW got what they paid for when Brett came over?
No.
Why is that?
And it's two things. It was what happened to Brett in Montreal, which I think he took probably more intensely than anybody else in the business would have taken it, because it happened in Canada and because of the way he views or viewed, maybe still does, himself as a Canadian icon and legend and all that goes with that. I think because of his inherent trust and belief in what's right and wrong in the wrestling business. Because I don't think Brett never had any intention of coming over with a belt, because he and I had talked about that. So I understand why Brett felt the way he felt, but it really devastated him. Now layer on top of that what happened with Owen, and Brett was a shell emotionally of his former self, and I think that had that trauma had a dramatic effect on him.
Is that why Brett was never really a major attraction in WCW?
It's part of it. You know, you can't. And look, I'm not blaming Brett 100%. I think it was a big part of it. Did I come up with the best idea in the world for Brett? No. But did I have a talent that was able to help deliver anything close to that? No. Brett would show up half an hour before a show. And he was literally, when I was like, God, he's depressed. It's like, you gotta participate. You got to be in the game.
Right.
You can't just walk in an hour before the show and go, what do you got for me? And go, oh, really? I'm going to do that. And then expect that anything magic is going to happen out there. You're a performer, you're a wrestler, you're an actor, you're a singer. You've got to feel the passion for it. And if you don't, regardless of what I write on a piece of paper, it's not going to really matter.
Who are some of the guys that when you would, write ideas or go over the storylines would really challenge you?
Randy. Really, brother? He was another guy. He was always looking for, okay, what do you really want? I know what you're saying, but what do you really want? That was constant with him. We'd always work through it, and I laugh about it now, but it took some time, took some energy.
If some of the boys wanted to maybe add a little bit of their twists onto your storyline, would you allow it?
Sure, I would. Okay. Sure, I would.
Working with Raven, Scotty, what was that like? No comment, or just
it is what it was.
Did you see the talent in him, or just one of the boys?
I never saw anything magic in him.
What do you remember of the angle you did with Larry Zbyszko at Starrcade '97?
I remember it was fun. Somebody sent me a picture of me in the ring with him. I went, wow, I was a lot thinner back then. It was fun. I like Larry. I did one of my first promos with Larry. So There's, it was fun. I enjoyed it.
Starrcade '97. Let's talk about the finish of Starrcade '97. Why did the entire deal with Sting and Hogan go wrong when you had, expertly built it up that moment when Sting won the title?
Chemistry and expectations. We had put so much into that. A lot. It was set up perfectly. Nobody had ever done anything like that before. His character was over. It was great. I have to be very careful here because I don't want to say the wrong thing. Sting had issues. Sting was going through his own challenges during that time. And it's probably better served for him to talk about those things than for me. But there were issues there. And our expectation, meaning mine and Hogan's, was that this was Sting's time. And he had an entire year to prepare for that moment or more. And we never really, we saw Sting. He'd come in, he'd have his coat on, he'd have the vulture and the makeup, and he'd go away, or he'd drop down from the ceiling, drop somebody in her head, leave. We didn't see a lot of Sting. He'd come, he'd go. Okay. So by the time we got to Starrcade, and this is another moment I remember specifically, because we got into the room and it was time to sit down and go over the finish, talk about the way things are going to lay out. And it was clear that Sting hadn't not only not worked out in an extended period of time. At that time, he didn't look a whole lot different than I did at that time. No, bigger, but not. He didn't look like that. He didn't look like what we hoped he would.
Right.
No tan, and he came in deflated. I don't want to say deflated. That's not true. He came in with less intensity and energy than I think. I know I was kind of like, wow. And I know Hulk was, more so than me. I was like, dude, we've built this up. We've set the table, and you couldn't have bothered to get a tan or get to the gym for a month before this happened? In all honesty, and I love Sting and Steve Borden. I love Steve, and we are friends. But the truth is the truth, and it's the truth from my perspective. He may feel differently. Hulk may have a different perspective. I'm giving you mine. From my perspective, it's like, man, there's something missing here. Now I know what it was. I didn't then. Now I do, after, having conversation with Steve. And he may not ever talk about it, but I know what was going on. And it was just a bad time. It was bad timing.
Who was at fault for the fast count, and why was it allowed to happen? Was anyone ever penalized for it?
I honestly, I don't know. I know that it happened. I know it was controversial. I know there's a shitstorm because of it, but I can't tell you whose fault it was. And it might have been one of these things where everybody was kind of pointing in another direction and blaming each other. I don't know, to be honest with you. I'm not sure I knew then, and I clearly don't know now.
As we close out the '90s, Scott Hall began having some personal issues. Do you think anything could have been done to help Scott during that time period in WCW's end?
No, because I tried. He was in rehab a couple times. We accommodated him every way we possibly could have done. So if something were possible, I don't know what it would have been, because we tried as much as we could have.
What was Scott like to work with?
Scott was Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. When Scott was clear-headed and not under the influence, he was, and probably is, one of the most brilliant guys I've ever been in a room with when it came to laying something out and taking a vision and articulating it in a way that everybody in the room could see the same thing he saw in his head. He was really great. He had a great feel for the audience. You and I talked a little bit during the tape change about what it takes to be involved in creative. And some of it, a lot of it is art. It's that feel for knowing how an audience, this unique audience, is going to react to something. And I've never been in a room with somebody, when Scott was clear-headed, who was more talented at that part of our business than Scott. The other guy would show up, and it was like you wanted to shoot him.
How did you deal with that?
Yeah, I tried different ways, tried reasoning with him, tried talking with him, tried to get him help, tried to be the tough guy with him, tried to beg him.
Right.
What didn't I try?
Would you allow partying in the dressing room? Because you'd hear stories, at the Nitro taping, some of the boys would have beer in their locker room and whatnot. Um, was that just pretty much frowned upon, or just it's part of the business? You guys were on top of the world and let the
No,
boys do their thing as long as they're not
no,
getting.
no, 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 no. It's not like this is a deposition, but did some of the boys have beer in their locker rooms? Yes. Did I permit it? Yes. Did everybody do it? No. In retrospect, bad idea. But it was part of the culture. It was part of the business. Nobody really ever abused it. Nobody ever went out in a ring and, wrestled drunk. It was never excessive from my perspective. So, honestly, it's, it wasn't that big a deal.
Yeah. What do you remember of the Nasty Boys incident with Hall and Nash?
I wasn't there. I mean, I know it happened,
Right.
obviously, and heard about it and got involved in it, but, it's unfortunate.
WCW brought in a number of celebrities for angles and matches. Talk a little bit about the mindset of each of the following and whether they were worth the investment in your mind or in hindsight. Dennis Rodman?
Absolutely. He was in the NBA Finals at the time, playing against, there was the Chicago Bulls and the Jazz, and it was Rodman and Malone, and Rodman was as controversial as you could possibly be and was getting as much mainstream publicity as anybody on the planet at that time. And he was cool. And yes, I would do that one all over again. I'd probably do it twice.
What about Carl?
Same thing. And it's funny because we were watching, and again, it's a little, I don't know if I've ever discussed this with anybody who's never been come up in this context, but while that was happening with Carl and Dennis, and I was working both of those things together, they were in the playoffs. They ended up being in the finals together. Well, I didn't know that when we started talking to both of them. So it was just
Perfect.
Beautiful timing, right? And keep in mind, now WCW was pretty high profile at the time, and especially within Turner Broadcasting. We were getting big numbers. Media was talking about us. All eyes were on us. Now I'm bringing two of the highest profile NBA players in the sport who just happened to be in the finals together. And I had to wait till, obviously the pay-per-view schedule after the game. And I'm thinking, God, I wish I could get these two to kind of with each other, a little bit during the NBA finals to kind of build some heat. So I had to figure out a way to have that kind of circassious conversation and inspire something that wouldn't affect the game,
Right.
but would just enhance those two guys a little bit. And, it had to be, because if it ever got out, because Turner Broadcasting had the NBA rights at the time. So if it would have ever been perceived that I was trying to get them to do something and they, for whatever reason, would have done it, it would have been a shitstorm. But having little conversations, the way I was able to have some certain conversations, and then during the playoffs, those two guys got out of bounds and then did a fuck you, no fuck you kind of thing. I was like, oh, it was great. So it was fun.
Jay Leno?
And that was coincidental, by the way. Jay Leno? Yeah, Jay Leno got us a lot of great mainstream publicity. And again, I know, I'm sure, I don't know, I'm guessing your customers and the people that buy your tapes are pretty hardcore fans and, wrestling purists to a large degree and have their own view of celebrities and wrestling. But if you were in the business of the wrestling business and you're appealing to advertisers and sponsors and pay-per-view companies and everything else, there is a big value also in having the commercial side of your industry also as excited about your product as the consumer side. And Jay Leno got us a lot of that.
What about David Arquette? I think that was a Russo move.
That was a Russo move.
What are your thoughts on David?
Hindsight's really perfect 2020 vision for all of us, but it was a bad idea. But I will say this:
devalue the belt.
Probably. But no one who's ever not come up with a bad idea has ever tried to come up with a good idea. And as bad of an idea as that was, at least he tried. And but it was a bad idea.
Kiss?
That's a more complex one. Had the original plan, again, go back in time, 1999. People thought like clocks were going to stop ticking, the internet was going to shut down, there was going to be like this world freaking chaos. The original plan that was the catalyst for bringing Kiss in was in conjunction with the Fiesta Bowl. We were going to do a pay-per-view from Tempe so that the pay-per-view ended at the stroke of midnight, East Coast time.
Right.
And Kiss was going to be in concert on one end of the field, and we were going to have our pay-per-view in the other. So we would have Kiss, match, ending up, and the way the pay-per-view was originally conceived is the 3 count was going to happen at the stroke of midnight. So that was in totality, that was the concept behind, okay, this is why we want to bring Kiss in, this is why we want to tie him in, and it was going to grow from there. It wasn't until midstream that idea, not by me, got shit canned because nobody wanted to travel over New Year's weekend.
The Misfits?
What about them?
You don't remember working with them at all? Or
There's a moment in time, but there's...
And ICP?
Yeah, I don't know who came up with that idea. I mean, it's clearly not me because I'm not really the demo, but I bought into the idea. I mean, clearly they had a following at the time, and it was different, and they were wrestling fans, and but that might have been a Kevin Sullivan thing, or somebody else may have brought it in. I'm not sure.
And the last guy is Master P and the No Limit Soldiers.
Yeah, that was a trip. I think that was. I don't know how that came to me, and I just can never remember how this stuff started. But I clearly, the hip hop demo was a big one for us. Master P was a big name. I liked the idea, as silly as it was, and probably in retrospect as bad as it was, because I came up with a lot of bad ideas. But I love the Kurt Hennig take and the country music versus hip hop. I thought that was kind of fun. Was it worth it? Probably not.
What led you to giving Kevin Nash the book?
I was burnt. I was tired. I was demoralized. I hadn't had a good idea in so long. I thought I forgot how to have one. I was just beat. I was getting my ass kicked corporately. There were so many things going wrong corporately. And it had nothing to do with, had everything to do with Time Warner and AOL and jockeying for position and WCW really being stomped to death from a corporate perspective, which precipitated their downfall. I was just fed up.
Okay. How would you compare Kevin to Kevin Sullivan? I'm sorry, yeah, Kevin Nash to Kevin Sullivan, and even yourself heading the creative end of the company.
Kevin Sullivan was one-dimensional. He had a pretty good, foundation. Had good experience at a certain level, but everything was. A lot of his stuff was just dark and non-commercial from where we were at the time and what our needs were. He had great finishes. It's one of the things. That's one of the reasons I brought Kevin in. And Dusty Rhodes suggested I bring Kevin in because Dusty had worked with Kevin, and Kevin was great with finishes, and Kevin really understood heat. Everybody uses the term. People in the business and outside the business use the term. Very few people understand the different kinds of heat and how to create it, and the heat that's valuable and the heat that's not. Kevin had a really good feel for heat, but when it came to the creative that was used to build up to the heat, it was kind of a one-show pony.
Okay.
Or a sameness, because the one-show pony sounds derisive, and I don't mean it to be. But his style or his feel was all very similar. So he had his value, but it was limited. Kevin was a little bit like Scott in that he had a very good feel for certain things. Scott had a great feel for almost everything. If you were Rey Mysterio and Scott Hall wanted to try to help you through something or come up with an idea for you, he would come up with something for you that was like tailor-made for you.
Right.
Okay. Whereas Kevin he wasn't as broad as Scott had the potential of being. But you know what? He was there to help me. You know, he could see it on me. You know, Kevin and I have had our ups and downs over the years. Not ups and downs. We've always been friends, um, but you know, he could see in my eyes how fucked up I was at the time.
Let's talk about TBS adding Thunder as a series. You've written that as the one time you should have said no instead of doing what was asked of you. Explain that. Why is that?
Because I knew we couldn't do it. We couldn't pull it off. We were at capacity. It was everything that we could do to be good at what we were doing, just from an infrastructure point of view, as far as cameramen and trucks and staff and all of the things it took to do the 5 syndicated shows that we were doing and do a weekly show on primetime on TNT. We were at capacity, and to double that capacity without doubling the infrastructure was too much. And I knew it when I got the phone call. I knew it.
Is it true that you guys were producing Thunder without getting any revenue stream for it?
We weren't getting any revenue stream from anything that we produced.
Yes.
So of course.
Okay. I was going to ask, how does that even happen when that you're producing Thunder and you're not getting any revenue for it?
Because we weren't licensing our show to our own network. We were producing our show for the network. It wasn't. They didn't pay us $200,000 or $300,000. No, we had a budget to produce the show. I mean, they paid us what it cost us to do it, but it wasn't like, and even that, there's a caveat to that. We'll see where this goes, and I'll bring you back to it if necessary. But it became a huge burden on us from a financial point of view, but more from just people, staff, talent.
Why was Nitro expanded to 3 hours?
Because it was successful.
Okay.
Probably the same reason Raw was.
Were you for that expansion, or were you against it? Did you think it was going to dilute the product?
I wasn't afraid of dilution. I was concerned about our ability to maintain the audience for 3 hours. That's a lot of wrestling for anybody.
What changes did you do?
Just added talent. Didn't change the format because the format was working, but just needed more talent.
How much did the Turner broadcasting structure and environment begin to strip away at the WCW?
Again, so many of what I'm guessing to be your audience is going to reject what I'm going to say, because they've been saturated with a narrative that is counter to the facts for so long that everybody believes it. Time Warner was announced. The Time Warner Turner merger was announced sometime in 1995. I'm guessing. Happened sometime in 1996, I think, is when it finally was official. When that happened, initially there was, in fact, that's funny. I went to a Christmas party in December. The president of Turner Broadcasting's house, Terry McGurk. It was a select group of executives that were invited, and their wives. It was a big group, but it was key executives. Gerald Levin was there. Ted wasn't there, but Gerald Levin was there. And Gerald Levin came in, and I remember everybody toasted and saying how great it was going to be that the culture and the strength and the scope of Time Warner was going to be infused by the entrepreneurial spirit of Ted Turner and the Turner Company. I remember that, because Ted was an entrepreneur, and anybody in that company that was successful was an entrepreneur. Ted expected you to take risks, expected you to fail, expected you to succeed more than you failed, but he encouraged a ballsy approach to the business because that's how he did it. And I that's why I was passionate about helping him be successful and me be successful there. It was a great environment for me. It's because of the way my DNA is. And I remember hearing that going, fuck, this is going to be great. Because I didn't know. I had never been a part of a merger before. I had no idea how they really worked. And I was excited about it. I remember about 3, 4, 5, 6 months later, I don't remember who I was talking to, but it was somebody who had been around the block. Might have been an attorney or somebody who'd been through that merger and acquisition shit. And I said, no, this is great, Time Warner. And he said, Eric, trust me when I tell you, it's not going to happen overnight. There's not going to be immediate changes, but the culture is going to change. And Time Warner is not going to become more like Turner. It's going to be the opposite. Fuck you. You don't know what you're talking about. Don't worry about it. Sure enough, everything started changing. Everything. And at the same time, unbeknownst not only to me, but to Ted Turner himself, he didn't even know that there were moves being made to undermine his control over his own company. Right on the heels of Time Warner, you've got AOL. At that time, every executive in the company only wanted to protect their own ass. All of them were vested with stock options. I became a millionaire because of stock options, okay, that I didn't even know I had, to be really honest about it. It was like, wow, lottery ticket. But the guys above me, people who were a lot smarter and experienced than I was, everybody was trying to protect their kingdom. And a number of divisions got killed in that crossfire, mine being one of them. But there's a book called When Fools Rush In. The author's name is Nina Monk, and I encourage anybody who thinks I'm full of shit to read that book and see from that author's perspective, not what happened just to me, but to CNN and to a lot of other divisions in that company. And we got banged the hardest because WCW, every other company, whether it's Castle Rock Entertainment or New Line Cinema or TNT or CNN or all the other operating divisions within the company, each had their own accounting, and you could pick it, and you could look at it, and you see what everybody's doing. WCW didn't. WCW fell into what they called an other category. It was just lumped into a bunch of other shit, and it wasn't broken down. But what happened is we became so successful that there was, we were doing $300-400 million a year in revenues, okay? But other people wanted to start allocating those revenues, and they wanted to start cutting the costs so that they could build up their line items at our expense. Add to that, there were people in the company that didn't want us there in the first place, that never wanted us to be successful. The fact that we were was like, oh God, now what are we going to do? Now there was a reason for it, financial motivation to move this over here, and let's take this loss over here. We'll take this loss, and we don't really want it on our side, so we'll move it over here. And we got killed. So a long-winded, answer to your story. All this stuff is going on in 98, and we're successful. My budget was approved the year before for 1999, okay?
Right.
The year before it was approved. Now we go to 1999, and all of a sudden I get a phone call that says, yeah, I know what we said we were going to give you, but you got to reduce that by X. Wait a minute. I just started doing another show called Thunder. How am I going to make it? How am I supposed to do that? I don't care. It's mandated across the boards. We need a 18% EBITDA, which is an accounting term.
Right.
And we need that, and we're going to cut your budget because we need to allocate some of this over here. It's like, you got to be kidding me. But they still wanted the ratings. And that was the beginning of the end. And that's when Kevin Nash came in. And that's when my conflicts with, the executive side of Turner, became really, really pronounced.
I had a lot of stuff adding up to this, so we'll jump right into it. How much of the problems that you or Vince Russo or anyone else got blamed were actually caused by Turner issues? I mean, you pretty much, yeah.
I mean, it's too broad a question. I mean, I think the beginning of the end for us was Thunder.
Okay.
And then add to that the Time Warner AOL merger and the internal pressure to cut costs and reallocate budgets was traumatic. Now, if they would have said, you know what, we're going to pull the plug on Thunder, we're not going to do that anymore and just focus on Nitro, it would have been okay. But that's not what happened.
Is it true that Turner Broadcasting once tried to force you guys to give them scripts a month in advance to be screened by standards and practices?
Well, you're jumping right into that period of time
right.
now, because prior, I didn't even know what standards and practices was up until sometime in 99. Because I never had to go through that process before. I mean, I knew what it was, but it was never part of anything I had to think about. And then because of Time Warner, because of AOL and everybody doing what they were doing and the culture shifting from being a Turner culture to a different type of culture, we'll call it an AOL because they're not around anymore and it's easy to put the heat on them. But it happened. I don't know if they wanted a month in advance, but they wanted them in advance.
Do you think that would have really hurt the company? And how do they not understand how wrestling, which they went for over a decade, was, produced? How do they not realize that?
Well, again, it wasn't Turner anymore. It was Time Warner, and Time Warner had never been in the wrestling business.
Okay. Turner ad execs wanted WCW to focus on children and families, and in your book, I think you wrote that that's when you knew it was going to hurt you. And years later, WWE was able to rebrand themselves successfully as a family company. Why do you think WCW couldn't or wouldn't be successful under their edicts?
Okay. You're merging a lot of things that are not a lot, but you're
Yeah, it's a
merging a
lot.
few things that were happening simultaneously. When again, we're going back to that 1999 time
Right.
now, late 98, when Nitro's successful. We have a formula. We're targeting 18 to 34-year-old men. We're reality-based, not so kiddie-friendly television. WWE is on our heels. They learn from us. They're replicating our formula, and they're starting to get even more aggressive with it. Now we get a phone call from a group of ad people that say, I know, well, they didn't even say this. We want you to change your formula. Okay. So I'm fighting for 1834s. It's working. It's been working. We're still profitable, by the way. We're getting kicked around a little bit. And now all of a sudden you want me to change it back to a formula that I know we're going to lose 75% of our audience?
Do you feel the company had just gone too far down the road to turn around?
Well, I knew then I was in deep shit.
Yeah.
I mean, I've written about it and I've talked about it before. I knew that was the beginning of the end.
You might have already answered this, but I'm just going to answer the questions anyway. Break down how the corporate structure in Turner changing as the AOL merger came closer changed things. How was it that Turner and Schiller, weren't providing more support either?
It's a little hard to explain and put it into context. Ted Turner didn't even know that they were pulling the rug out from Ted Turner, and he was the co-chairman of the company. So it's hard to explain how the ripple down of that was. Again, you go back to a lot of what we talked about in the last couple hours. You have a group of people, executives, the majority of whom didn't want the property on the network to begin with. They were either embarrassed by it, or they thought it was lowbrow, or they didn't understand it, or they thought it was too violent, or they wanted a cool movie to be in that space, or they wanted the money and the resources that were being allocated to us for their own, whatever it was. Everybody had their own motivations, I'm sure. But you've got a culture of executives who really don't want it to be there at Turner. You've got Ted Turner, who for years was the advocate for WCW and protected it from those people. Now you've got a Time Warner and a culture of Time Warner that's got everybody over here scared anyway, the WCW side. The WCW people are trying, not the WCW, the Turner people are trying to become a Time Warner people. But now you've got AOL coming down over the top of them and everybody's scrambling to protect their turf. The trickle down from that was amazing. But the important part to understand within the context of WCW is that if Ted Turner didn't, and Ted Turner has talked about this in interviews, if Ted didn't even know what was going on behind his back in his own company, you can only imagine the kind of impact that it had on the entire organization. Not just WCW, but CNN,
Right.
Headline News, New Line, Castle Rock. I mean,
do you regret not just calling it a day and walking out?
Yes. I do. I've talked about that before.
How bad did it hurt WCW morale when Turner Broadcasting moved the company's headquarters out of CNN Center?
I think it did a lot. I didn't notice it at the time. I mean, I didn't. I noticed it. I didn't like it, but I underestimated just how much it made everybody feel like not only the redheaded stepchild at the family reunion that nobody really wanted to talk to. Now they didn't even really want us to come to the reunion.
Is it true that Turner execs cost WCW a deal to have live NBC specials? Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. What happened with that?
I had a deal. I had pitched a deal. It was shortly after the Jay Leno thing. I had some good relationships at NBC and at a fairly high level. And there was the NBA, I think, was going on strike one year, and they were kind of like in a programming scramble.
Right.
And I got a call from one of my friends at NBC and said, "Hey, what do you think?" I said, "We could do a special." And the special was going to be, I was going to get Dennis Rodman and Carmen Electra were going to get divorced on television.
Yeah.
I was going to have a divorce ceremony as a part of that special.
That'd been awesome. Do you think WCW was in a position where they couldn't win at this point? And I guess, was there any way to prevent the company from being overexposed?
Well, was there a way? Hindsight, was there a way? No, not under the circumstances that we're in. Not with a Time Warner acquisition and an AOL acquisition, along with all the politics that went along with that and everybody's agendas on the corporate side. Not with what happened to our budget. Not with the demoralization, I guess, if that's the right word, to the company as a result of everything that happened. How we would have pulled the nose up under those conditions, I'm just not quite sure.
Around this period of time, WWE was starting to fire pretty much on all cylinders. What was your response when they sent DX to Nitro and tried to invade with the tank?
I get asked that question a lot, and I never really know how to answer because honestly, I can't tell you how I felt at that moment.
Right.
I think I might have been stunned, which is probably why I can't remember it. Um, Shortly afterwards, I was pissed off, but I was pissed off that I wasn't thinking on my feet because if I would have let them in and we would have called their bluff, it would have been A, some of the best television anybody's ever seen, and B, it would have taken the steam right out of everything they did. But I didn't have the time to think about it. Had I had about 5 more minutes of notice, I probably would have got there because I like to fight anyway. I don't mean physically, but I mean I like that kind of confrontation anyway. But I didn't. It just caught me flat-footed.
When you challenged Vince McMahon to show up and fight you, did you really think he was going to show up? And if he did show up, what would have happened?
When I challenged him, I didn't think too much about it. I didn't really think he'd show up. I didn't think that was even a thought or a concern. It wasn't until I did it, because I didn't tell a lot of people I was going to do it. It was kind of something that I was going to do. And then, I don't think I even told Hulk. I'm sure I didn't. But, he came to me and Randy and people that knew Vince, because I didn't know Vince at all. I had met him for a cup of coffee once, and that was it. Figuratively, not even literally. I just thought it was cool, typical
Right.
bullshit thing to do. So I did it. And then after I did it, guys would come to me and go, man, he's going to show up. I was like, get the fuck out of here. He's not going to show up. No, he's going to show up. And he's going to kick your ass. I'm like, he's not going to kick my ass. Now, this was a long time ago, and I had a lot more confidence in my ability to do shit then than I do now. And I seemed great. If he shows up, he shows up. I'm pretty sure he's not going to kick my ass, but if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I've had my ass kicked for a lot less than the amount of money we're going to make off this. I've had my ass kicked for nothing. More times than I ever want to remember. Cool. Either way, I win. If I win, I win. And if I lose, I win. I'm good. I was good with that. But we thought he might show up.
Talk about the days leading up to you being sent home by Dr. Harvey Schiller and the moment you were told you were being removed from power.
Yeah, it was.
Did you feel forced out?
No, I was. It's really funny, and it's all tied together. The night it happened on a Friday. It was actually September 10th, I believe, of 1999. That Thursday evening, I was in my office and I had it up to here. I wanted to quit in August of '98. So when I first started seeing the handwriting on the wall. And that's the time I regret not walking away when I could have. And I stuck it out. By September of '99, on that Thursday, September 9th, I was in my office and I was talking to a guy who was my controller at the time, who I thought was a friend. It was about 8 o'clock at night. And I had it. And I'm not going to even mention his name. I said, you know what? I'm done. I'm out of here. And it was probably exhaustion and just frustration. I was pissed off. And, he tried to talk me out of it. But I was, in that moment, I was pretty determined that that's what I was going to do. And by the time I got home, I was like, oh, just suck it up. Don't be a bitch. Just suck it up. Figure it out. So when I got the call Friday morning, it was from, I think I was on my way to work or early Friday morning. I got the call from Harvey. He said, Eric, you need to be in my office, 9 o'clock. Harvey had never asked me to be in his office like that.
Right.
So I knew something was up. I said, all right, Harvey, I'm on my way in. I'll see you at 9. I went up to his office, and when I walked in, and he was very, he I don't even know how to describe it. He was not happy. He wasn't angry, okay, but he was very sad, for lack of a better term. He said, Eric, I need to ask you to go home. I said, Harvey, I can't go home. I got a pay-per-view on Sunday. Just, no, you don't. Didn't sink in immediately. I thought he was just trying to be a friend because we had that, I don't want to say mentor, father-son thing because we weren't that close. But I knew he had my back. He always had my back. And he was telling me I didn't have an option, but he was doing it in the most kind, gentle way he could. And then it sunk in. He said, Eric, you got to trust me. Just go home, get some rest. Just go home and get some rest. We'll talk. So I went home, and it sunk in as I was driving home. I got home probably about 10:15 in the morning. I had my own plane at the time. I was in my plane by 11 a.m. flying out to Wyoming to go fishing.
I was going to ask you. Okay.
I just kind of threw in the towel.
How do you go mentally from the gear of trying to run a company back to its former success to suddenly having no responsibility for it and going fishing?
It was a pretty easy transition. You know, if you would have, or if one would have been in my shoes and had been going through what I was going through, and part of it was just my lack of understanding. You know, I understand it now because now I can look back and go, oh, of course, that's what was going on. Because now I have more information. Back then, a lot of it was just like, what in the hell? There were so many giant moving pieces that were going on that at that time I didn't understand or comprehend, that it was as much, you know, my disappointment in myself for not being able to succeed and maintain my success. It was probably part of my ego. It was the pressure and the workload. And a lot of it was just not understanding how the fuck this could be happening.
What are your thoughts on Bill Bush following you as the head of the company?
It was a joke. It was comical.
What are your first thoughts when you find out that WCW had hired Vince Russo and Ed Farrar to head up creative?
I felt about the same way.
Were you watching any of the programming at this point?
No, I really wasn't. From that period in September when I went fishing till probably around December or so, I didn't watch any wrestling. I just kind of turned the switch off for a while.
What was your reaction when you saw that WCW let Benoit, Guerrero, Saturn, and Malenko walk out?
That one shocked me. I mean, I couldn't, because I knew how valuable they were, how instrumental they were, and for that to have happened, it indicated to me that things were worse than I thought they were.
From the period that you left the company until you came back, how long was that? How long were you sitting out for?
How long? I think I came back sometime in January or February.
What was your reaction when they called you to come back?
There was a lot. There were different emotions. I'm not going to lie. There was a little bit of "I told you so" going on, because I knew nobody in that company at that time really had any idea what they were doing, from the television side or from the creative side of the wrestling business side. So there was a little bit of that. There was a little bit of trepidation. There was a little bit of, after I had been away from the corporate side of it for as long as I was, and the chaos of that corporate, and I'd love to be in a great corporate environment again, but that was not AOL Time Warner was not a great corporate environment. I was pretty determined that I didn't want to go back into the same fire pit that I just came out of. So if I was going to go back, I wanted to go back under different conditions so that A, I could enjoy it and have a chance to be successful at it, and B, so I didn't take the abuse.
What were your first impressions of Vince Russo as you guys worked together?
I wanted to like Vince. Vince is a charming guy. Vince is it's hard not to like Vince Russo when you sit down and talk to him. But keep in mind, I had one conversation with Russo prior, when things were still going pretty good, and he was still working at WWE. But by that time, I had heard enough that I had a little bit of a predisposition about him. But when I met him, I just, I wanted it to work.
What were his strengths and weaknesses?
He's a charming guy, and he can be very persuasive.
Weaknesses?
I don't think he really understands the wrestling business.
In your book, you called Russo a one-trick pony and full of shit. After your time with him...
Did I say that?
Yeah.
Would I call somebody a one-trick pony and full of shit?
I don't know.
Probably.
Compare the WCW locker room when you were there, when you were sent home and when you came back. How was the locker room? Any different?
Well, of course it was. We went from, things were pretty chaotic by the time I left, but I think it was even more so by that time because the overall situation had gotten worse. So there was more stress, there was more insecurity, there was more doubt.
It's been said that Russo attempted to put WWE Blueprint on WCW and all the characters, and in doing so, destroyed a lot of the talent that was left in the company by stripping the company and the personalities too far from what made them unique. Would you concur?
You'd have to ask Russo. I don't know what his motivation was or what his approach to things were.
What are your memories of rebooting WCW and stripping every one of the titles in hindsight?
I still think it was a good idea. It may not have been executed well, but you've got to, you have to, we were struggling to find a way to re-energize and reboot and do something drastic that would kind of clean the table and reset from all the chaos that had happened and transpired for the 6 months or a year prior. So I don't think that it was a horrible idea under the circumstances.
Who came up with the New Blood versus Millionaires Club storyline?
I don't know. It may have been Vince. It may have been me. It may have been Vince and I over coffee. I'm not sure. I don't remember.
Easy to work together? You and
In the beginning.
As time went on, what would happen?
Well, I mean, this is documented, so I'm not talking about anything that I haven't talked about before. But, there was... There are trust issues. I've said before, I can work with people I don't like. I have a hard time working with people I can't trust. And there were trust issues there. And I think it manifested ultimately in July, the following July.
What happened there?
What happened there? Well, there was a couple things that happened there. One, my father had just passed away right before that, and so that was, it is what it is, and we will all go through that. Those of us that haven't, but it was a tough time for me. And I think the pay-per-view was the day after my father's funeral, and I had to fly from Minneapolis into wherever it was, Daytona Beach, I think is where it was, but I had to fly in there, and because of that, I got in late. But it was a funeral. I think instead of getting in at 10 in the morning, I ended up getting in at 1 in the afternoon. And I had asked everyone to hold off on the production meeting until I got there, and that I would be in at approximately the time I got in. Well, I got to the building and I walked in, and the production meeting was already taking place. That was my first red flag. And then, of course, pulled everybody out of the meeting, or Vince and everybody, and said, "What are we doing here?" And Vince had his idea of what he wanted to do, and I had my idea of what I wanted to do. And Hulk and I had our idea of what we wanted to do, and we'd already talked to Brad Siegel about it, and that was the way the situation. That was the process. Vince could come up with ideas, but we had to both agree, and if we didn't, then Brad Siegel was the tiebreaker. And it involved Hulk, and Hulk had creative control. So I was a little pissed off just to start off with, but I didn't sell it. I didn't show it to anybody, I don't think. And anyway, I pulled Vince aside, and we started talking, and Hulk got involved, and Vince kind of drew a line in the sand, and I was happy that he did. And I said, "Okay, great. Let's go into the trailer, get on the phone. We'll call Brad Siegel. We'll see what we're going to do." Called Brad Siegel, laid everything out. Vince laid everything out. Brad said, "Vince, you're going to do what Eric and Hulk want to do." And I don't remember the details of the story, so please don't ask. But it involved Hulk leaving the building with the belt.
Okay.
Because the idea, I remember specifically how it was supposed to end, but the idea was that Hulk was going to quit, leave with the belt. We were going to create we've got to create a new champion. It was going to be a heel that comes out at Halloween Havoc. And instead of having that match with the heel, that's when Hulk, the heel and whatever the babyface was, Hulk was going to go as a surprise,
Right.
and we're going to do that match. So that was some version of that, more finely tuned, but that was the idea, and everybody liked that. And after having had the conflict with Vince, after having had the conference call with the president of the network, we all agreed what we were going to do. Part of that storyline was when Hulk got pissed off and left, he left the building and I left with him. And we did. And we got into a car, and then we got into a plane, a private jet, and we were flying home because we had laid everything out the way we wanted it laid out for the most part. And we did our job. Our job was to get the car and leave the building. We wanted people to believe it was real. By the time we landed in Tampa, which was about an 18-minute flight, by the time we landed, our phones were blowing up because Russo grabbed the microphone and went into business for himself, which was not a part of the script whatsoever. And then that's when the wheels completely fell off.
Do you think Hulk was right in suing?
Yeah. Yeah. If I could have, I would have.
Were you shocked when Brad didn't side with you and against Russo?
He did side with me.
That's what I meant. I'm sorry. Yeah.
No, I wasn't shocked at all.
When did you first decide you wanted to try and buy WCW?
Yeah, shortly after that, when it was obvious, might have been before that. I don't remember the timing of that, but it was clear to me that there was just no way to pull the nose up on this thing. The wheels were off. The wheels were off. There was no rudder. It was just going down, and it's just the only thing that made sense.
Talk about the process of putting together investors and why you believe that the deal was a done deal. Did you believe it was a done deal?
No, it was a done deal. We had a signed letter of intent.
Yeah.
we had done close to $750,000 worth of legal due diligence. Everything was done. So it wasn't just a feeling. As far as the process, Jason Hervey, who I was friends with, was working for a company called Mandalay at the time. Mandalay, Peter Guber. Peter Guber is one of the most prolific, renowned producers in Hollywood. Controversial, but prolific. And Peter's company, Mandalay Entertainment, Mandalay Sports, was very successful. And through him, I had met Brian Badal. Brian and his partner, Steve Greenberg, had a tremendous amount of success building and selling media properties, and made the introduction. And I went in and had the conversation with him, and we talked, and they got excited about it, and we made a deal.
What was your reaction when you learned that Jamie Kellner had canceled all wrestling programming on Turner?
I was shocked because I was literally in Hawaii with my family because the sale was going through. We had corporate meetings. We did conference calls with Wall Street. I mean, it wasn't just, conversation in a room by ourselves. It was pretty official. And I knew that my life was going to become pretty intense again. And it had been for a number of years. And I just thought, you know what? I've got some time right now. I'm going to take my kids to Hawaii and spend some time with my wife because I know it's going to be another year before I'm going to be able to come out from underneath this. So I was in Hawaii having a cocktail on the beach, getting a suntan, and on my phone rang and said, "Eric, it's over." So what do you mean it's over? What's over? I said, "Deal, it's over with. Get the fuck out of here. It's not over. We got a deal." Not anymore. They took the distribution off the table, which meant the $67.5 million deal that we had put together was now worth about 85 cents.
How did you handle it?
And another cocktail.
And another.
I'm kidding.
Right.
I'm kidding. I don't remember. I was pretty, I was deflated and, disappointed, depressed probably, but.
Do you think that ever would have happened if Ted were able to maintain power?
No. None of that would have ever happened if Ted would have been able to maintain power.
Once you learned that WCW had been canceled, the story is that you tried to negotiate a TV deal with Fox, but were unsuccessful. What was the reality behind the story, and how deep did those negotiations go?
I had previously, when we were looking at purchasing WCW initially, I think It was around that time. I had a couple conversations with executives at Fox who had expressed a lot of interest,
Right.
but I didn't pursue it because we were doing the deal with Turner. And once Kellner made his decision and the wheels completely fell off, I may have reached out to them again and tried to resurrect the talks, but I honestly I don't recall.
How valuable was WCW without the TV slots?
No, it wasn't to anybody but Vince. I mean, what are you going to do with 5 or 6 years with the wrestling program unless you have a wrestling company?
Would you still have wanted to purchase the company without TV if you could have, or no?
No.
No. Okay. Do you regret that WWE ended up with all the assets?
That then probably. Now I'm actually kind of glad because it's the best platform to expose some pretty great stuff to the largest percentage of an audience that otherwise would never have seen it.
There's rumors of your plans had you taken WCW over. So let's discuss some of those and let's see what's true and what's false. Some of the rumors that you were going to hire Joey Styles and Don Callis to become the new Nitro announce team.
I had conversations with both of them. It's probably true.
RVD coming in at all?
I don't recall.
John Muse was going to become, I guess, one of the bookers there.
Who?
John Muse. He's a Michigan indie booker.
Never heard of him.
Okay. You were going to pretty much remove a lot of the bigger names, like Nash Hogan. I'm sorry. Let me retract that. All of the bigger names that have been removed from TV, like Nash Hogan and etc., would be coming back into a big angle.
I probably would have figured out something, but I don't think I had anything in my pocket.
The company was going to be relocated to Vegas with all TV tapings being held there on a weekly live basis.
That was something we were looking at. I don't know that we'd ever really nailed that down, but that was part of the discussion we were having initially.
Okay. And house shows were going to be completely eliminated.
I don't know that was true.
Why do you think there isn't a huge surge of WCW nostalgia like there is for ECW?
I think Paul Heyman did a phenomenal job creating brand loyalty for his product in a very small handful of markets that were, and still are in many respects, passionate about his product. Had WWE not exposed that product and helped lift that perception of that brand and its significance to a whole different television audience, I don't think there would have ever been as much, at least, of that nostalgia that you talk about outside of the markets like Philadelphia, for example, and some of the other markets that were successful in. I think it's a very isolated loyalty. I don't think anybody in Dallas, Texas, very few people are loyal to the ECW brand outside of those that were made loyal to it through the efforts of WWE by kind of representing it. Had it not been for the representation of it, it would probably still be a nostalgic kick at the Manhattan Center.
What do you think the legacy of WCW should be?
Innovative. We were there. We were real. We were competitive. We probably were the reason, primary reason, at least 50% of the reason for the resurgence and the popularity of the sport to a level that it had never been before and probably never will be again.
What was your favorite and least favorite day working for WCW?
Oh, it's too hard to answer because there's, different things. But, I think probably one of the most fulfilling moments was Bash at the Beach when Hogan turned, just because the level of heat and reaction that we got, and it was palpable. You could feel it. The least favorite was probably the night before I got let go.
Right.
It was probably right up there.
Once you realized WCW wasn't going to be your future, did you feel you were done in the wrestling business?
Yeah, I did. And I was fine with that. I certainly never would have anticipated having the opportunity to work, for Vince McMahon. And I had enough other things going on that it was like, oh my God, what am I going to do for a living? I've always had a lot of things going on. I've always, as you talked about earlier, spread myself too thin, but I've been doing that since I was a kid. So I had enough other things going on and confidence in my ability to do them that I wasn't worried about it. It just, I never would have seen any other opportunity for me.
You popped up in Canada attached to a promotion called Mat Rats. Talk about that concept and how you ended up attached to it and why it never really went past that level.
I was never attached to it. And it was something that a couple of guys up in Canada, and I can't remember the names now, um, had developed and brought me in to try to get me involved in it. And I showed up at a television taping, and I looked at it. It was pretty cool, and I was going to try to see if there was a way that we could get distribution. But their wheels fell off before I ever had a chance to try to get them placed on television.
Where did the Celebrity Championship Wrestling concept come from?
Jason Hervey and myself. We were watching what was going on with reality television and shows like Dancing with the Stars, and we thought, wait a minute, we have a competition elimination type of format, but have it, utilizing the wrestling background as opposed to dancing. It'd be kind of cool. So it was our idea.
Was it hard selling Hulk on the idea?
Not really.
No. Okay. What about pitching the series to CMT? Was it hard getting the series sold?
No. Jason and I are good at selling series. Jason in particular.
How long was the turnaround from pitching this series to actually being in production?
Short period of time. I don't remember specifically, but I doubt it was more than 60 or 90 days.
Out of all the celebrities that you guys worked with, who do you feel that had the best and the least aptitude for the business?
Dennis Rodman. He's a little bit like Scott Hall. If you could get him to focus, he's so athletic, obviously.
Right.
But he kind of got it. He had a feel for it. He was a performer. He liked to get the crowd riled up, and he had a natural connection to the audience and the athleticism to pick it up very quickly. So it was Dennis. Danny Bonaducci was kind of fun to work with. I mean, there was a couple of people that were really, really fun. The Passion was fun to watch.
What about Todd Bridges?
Todd was good.
Why was the series never picked up for a second season?
It was expensive. Hulk is an expensive piece of business. Yeah. That show was very expensive to produce. It was probably at that time one of the more expensive shows that CMT ever did, and I just don't know that it was long term.
Looking back, is there anything you would have done differently with that concept?
Yeah, and honestly, we had tried to do it differently before we did it. I didn't really want to do it with celebrities. We wanted to use real people,
right?
And kind of really improve upon the Tough Enough concept, because that was kind of one-dimensional in some respects, and use more of a competition elimination format as opposed to just a behind-the-scenes docu-soap that Tough Enough did. But the network liked the celebrity factor, and I understand why.
What makes a good reality TV series?
Same thing that makes a good wrestling show. Great characters, great story, drama, controversy, conflict, a good backdrop, but it's really the characters.
Since reality TV features strong characters, which is manipulated via editing, how different is it from producing pro wrestling, which is manipulated via the booking?
There's probably more similarities in many of the shows that you see on television to wrestling than people realize. Because, with wrestling is the ultimate, well, it used to be anyway. I don't know what it is anymore. It used to be the ultimate unscripted program. I mean, talent, you would put talent in situations, and you kind of knew what the outcome was going to be, but you didn't really know how it was going to play out and what you were going to capture until you captured it. And that's really the essence of reality television. Now, reality television, a lot of it is much less set up than professional wrestling, but the essence of it is still the same. It's not they're not actors reading dialogue off of a script and then performing. They're people put into situations and then performing.
Did you find your background working for WCW for so many years hurt or help when it came to pitching ideas to TV execs?
Both. I mean, I think I have a good understanding of television, and certainly my partner Jason Hervey does. He's been in it all of his life. With wrestling comes a stigma. It's a double-edged sword.
Yeah.
People acknowledge that, wow, you created this brand and you've been able to do this, but it doesn't fit easily into a box that they can really understand. So it doesn't carry the significance as it should sometimes. So it's a double edged sword. Sometimes people are kind of like, yeah, I really don't like that wrestling. They won't say it to your face, but it's like, oh, it's that wrestling shit. Oh God. But other times people admire and understand that you're creating characters, you're telling a story, and you're building a brand.
What's more satisfying for you, producing TV or wrestling?
Depends. Depends on the wrestling I'm working on, and it depends on the television that we're producing.
Out of all your TV projects, which do you feel most proudest of?
Hmm. Really, the way BHE TV is set up, Jason Hervey, my partner, he's probably more hands-on in some respects. Some of the stuff we do, he's all hands-on. And if I sit back and look at the shows that we produced, Devil's Ride on Discovery has been great for a lot of reasons. Um, they're kind of like your kids. You look at them and you like them all for different reasons. I like Devil's Ride a lot. You know, the Scott Baio show, even though, that was obviously scripted, it was a
Right.
sitcom, we didn't really have a lot of hands-on. Jason certainly did. He was involved in a lot of that. But, to break into a new genre, you have to be proud as a company, and you're proud of your staff and your team, and in my case, my partner, to be able to do that, because it's not the easiest thing to do. To be, known for wrestling guys and reality guys, and then break into sitcom was not hard to do. And I think we did like 60 episodes of that. That was pretty impressive, I think. But you like them all.
You launched a number of other projects, including Buffalo, I think Bill Cody Beer. How hard is it to take the concept from the initial ideas and move it from a concept to a physical produced product?
Sure. Oh, here, let me have a beer before I answer that question. Ironically, that was, look, Buffalo Bill Cody Beer was a vanity project. Quite frankly, I live in Cody, Wyoming. I've always loved the town. I love the history of the town. I love Buffalo Bill Cody's history. Buffalo Bill Cody was one of the most famous entertainers in America in the late 1800s and early 1900s. He was known all over the world. Um, he was Elvis Presley around the world at that time. And nobody ever really, let me take that back. No one had at that point really leveraged the strength of that brand in a consumable product. So I thought, God, wouldn't it be fun if we just had a little local beer here called Buffalo Bill Cody Beer, and me being me and spreading myself thin, being part of my DNA, I decided I was going to find a way to brew a local beer, and I did. And I ended up in a federal trademark lawsuit as a result of it. I ended up having to expand from being a little local beer to now launching in Colorado and Arizona, and it's gone from a little vanity project where I wanted to sit on my porch and drink my own beer to now I'm really brewing and distributing beer. And oh, by the way, a couple $100,000 of lawsuits later, I won.
Right.
So,
How surprised were you when WWE reached out to you about coming in as a TV performer on their show?
I was shocked. Quite honestly. I never expected to get that call.
Now, you were offered, I believe, in 2001 to become part of the Invasion storyline, and I think you
No,
turned it down.
I was never offered that opportunity, which I think was probably a mistake on their part.
Yeah, definitely. Were you surprised they called you back? I guess to come.
Well, they didn't call me back. It was the
first time.
The first time I got that call, yeah, I was shocked.
What did they explain to you? What was laid out on the table?
Nothing. It was Vince McMahon himself called me, and I mean, I knew instantly who it was. I clearly recognized his voice, and hey, Eric, how you doing, pal? Great, Vince.
Have you talked to Vince over the years? Before then?
Not before then, no. I had never talked to Vince. The day he called me, I think it was 2002, was the first time I had ever said a syllable to him since 1990, when I had met him for a brief moment. So no, we had never had any conversations.
How's that conversation go on the phone?
It was like I talked to him for, like we'd been friends all of our lives. He was very gracious. He said some very kind things to me.
Do you talk about the past?
Yeah, briefly.
In a joking manner, or is it serious?
No, in a respectful manner. It is what it is. And, if it would, and I think his words were something to the effect of, if it would have turned out differently and his shoe was on the other foot, I would hope that, you would have called me. just really just leveled the emotional playing field and was very gracious.
So do you get called to the office, or is it a
No,
deal
we
that's
did the
over
deal.
the
We
phone?
did the deal over the phone. It took about 5 minutes for me to decide I wanted to do the deal. He asked me, I'm sure, because I'm sure over the years, all the guys that used to work for me that now are working for him, the first thing they're going to do is bury me, obviously, because of just the culture. And he probably had a perception of me that was a little off center and wrong. And we talked for a couple of minutes on the phone and leveled the playing field, so to speak, and asked me if I'd be interested. And I said, sure, interested. And I think he asked me, is there anything you won't do? I said, yeah, I won't move to Connecticut. That's about it.
Was it a long-term on-screen role that he was going to give you, or did he talk about anything behind the scenes, or was it
No, I
you
didn't.
you knew clearly what he wanted out of you?
No, he did. I don't know if he did or not, and I didn't ask. This is the other thing that I still believe to this day. And I brought my son up this way when he decided he was going to break into business. Is when you sign on as a talent, your job is to do what you're asked to do to the best of your ability. That doesn't mean you can't question it. It doesn't mean you can't try to make it better, but it's not to approve it or disapprove it. That's always the way I've looked at the business. And it's part of what I learned from Vern. You're not here to write, you're here to perform.
Is it ironic that you were brought in as a surprise the way you brought Lex Luger in for the debut of Nitro?
I didn't think of it as ironic at the time. I guess one could, but surprise is an element, and it's Vince has always done a lot of surprises. It's not like I invented that. I said no, I wasn't surprised the way they did it.
Memories of the night you were brought in to the Izod Center to be announced as the new Raw general manager.
It was a blast. It was very exciting for me on so many different levels. Just to be given the opportunity, first of all, for Vince to be as gracious as he was, and for everybody at WWE to give me the opportunity to kind of put a period at the end of my sentence in a more positive respect. I knew, this is going to sound arrogant, conceited, but I knew, no, I was a good talent. I knew I was a good performer. I knew on that platform with all their other great talent that I would have an opportunity to do some fun, good things. And I didn't expect to be there very long. I didn't think it would last 6 months or a year. Not in a negative way. I just thought, well, they're going to tell this story. It's going to go where it's going to go, and it's going to be done when it's done, and that'll be the end of it. And it'll be great. I thought it'd last a year, maybe tops. And I was so excited at the ability to be able to do something positive. That in and of itself was exciting. I was excited and grateful that through all the bullshit, and the Vince and Eric and WCW and the WWE, that you could just get past it and move on and do something that nobody expected. I was kind of really excited about that part of it. And to get to know Vince, because I had never really gotten to know him. So I was excited about all of it. Now, add on top of that the fact that they were able to keep everything a secret. I was pretty sure it was going to have a significant impact. I knew people would be shocked. I don't know if they'd like it or not, but I knew they'd be shocked at least. And I was very excited and grateful for the fact that they could keep it quiet, because that was my biggest concern. I mean, I think I flew. I didn't.
Who knew about
it? Vince. Well, I guess I don't really know. I know obviously Vince did, Stephanie did, obviously legal, a couple people in legal did. If anybody else did, I don't know that. But I actually asked Vince to let me pay for my own travel and you can reimburse me after, because I didn't want the system to see it. Even because I didn't know if they used an outside travel agency, and I just didn't want any chance for anything to happen. So, and it was fun to execute that level of surprise.
You flew right into the town?
Yeah, I flew into I think I flew into LaGuardia, and I stayed in my room. I didn't want anybody. I didn't even go down to the bar, which is ironic for me or unusual for me. Didn't go down to the bar. I didn't want anybody to see me at all in New York. I stayed in my room. They delivered my script to me under the door in an envelope, an unmarked envelope. So I don't even know who dropped it off. I'm sure it was somebody that said, "Here, just go. Don't open this. Just slip it under this door."
Right.
And I sat in my room, and it was a pretty extensive script. And I was determined to deliver it as close to word for word as I could for them, because they spent a lot of time writing a script. So that took me a couple hours to get really comfortable with the script. And then they snuck me into the building and It was a cool moment.
What do you remember about the looks on people's faces as you were being brought backstage?
It was genuine surprise. It was genuine surprise. I mean, there was no faking it there. It was probably some of the best reality television that anybody's ever really done. And it wasn't even called reality television, but it should have been.
Did you feel any tension from talents who were formerly in WCW?
No, it's funny. You know, so much of that, so much of the Eric talent relationship narrative is so blown out of proportion and has been manipulated and told and retold in so many different ways and used and reused. And so much of it is just not true. I mean, there were a couple guys there that I didn't get along with. I don't remember who they were. I'm sure it was, but for the most part, I got along with almost everybody.
Compare the differences in the way WWE's production is handled versus the way WCW's production was handled from a major show, such as a pay-per-view.
Well, yeah, WWE is a machine. They are a sophisticated, well-oiled, disciplined, amazing team at every level. And it from makeup to wardrobe to the guys that rigged the building. I mean, there is no weak link in anything they do from a television perspective. They're phenomenal at it, actually.
Did you get along with Kevin Dunn?
Professionally, yeah. You know, I think we might have hung out and had a couple beers once or twice, but you know, I think Kevin is so. The one thing that I admire Vince for is the loyalty and the discipline that he inspires in others, and I think some of the trauma that some of the people went through because of some of the things that I did during that period of time, there's still some scar tissue there. So I don't think Kevin Dunn and I would ever. First of all, I don't know. Maybe Kevin's not the guy that has a lot of friends anyway. I don't know.
No Christmas cards this year?
No, I never got a Christmas card from any of them, but that's okay. I don't send any either. But we get along.
Did you ever feel any lingering hostility at all from any of the McMahons?
Not from the McMahons.
Just
They were no, and not from anybody. To be honest with you, I felt I was made to feel. I was made to feel like a part of that family at that time. Vince couldn't have been more gracious. Stephanie was gracious. I think if anybody probably had a little bit of under the surface, it would have been Stephanie because she's very close. She loves her father dearly, and it's obvious. And maybe she had a little, but you know what? I could be very wrong about that because she was amazing. Linda McMahon, unbelievably gracious, classy person.
what was going through your mind as you hugged Vince on stage that night?
I can tell you exactly. I said, Vince, that feeling in your feet right now are people rolling over in their graves. Exact words.
After the segment happened, what was the reaction backstage?
I don't recall, honestly.
What happened the night Ric Flair went after you backstage?
I was sitting in a room on the phone with my wife and a real estate broker, trying to divest myself of a piece of real estate. I was in a room, a huge room. It's like a big green room by myself on the phone. Rick came in. Ric Flair.
Okay.
Came in. Arn was with him. I don't know. There might have been somebody else with him. I can't remember. I was on the phone, and Rick was fired up, sweating. And I didn't say excuse me or anything like that. He just come in, you know. I didn't know what to think of it. I was in the middle of a conversation. And then Rick started cutting a promo on me. Just, get up, you son of a bitch. Get up. I mean, I didn't know what was going on. Just get up, you son of a bitch. I'm going to kick your ass. I'm going to dig out your eye. And now my wife's on the phone going, what in the hell is going on here? And I still none of it made sense to me. I had just been out drinking beer with Rick and Arn the week before, you know?
Right.
I didn't know I had any heat with anybody. And nothing had happened during the week that would have elicited that kind of behavior. So I started thinking, it's either a rib or maybe I'm in a segment I don't know I'm in. I was trying to figure out what the fuck was going on. And Rick was so mad, he bit his own lip. And he was bleeding. I saw a trickle of blood coming down his chin. I thought, well, this is fucking insane. And I'm trying to get off the phone. And then Rick started firing shots at me. And as I'm sitting in the chair, I hadn't even stood up. He's going, get up, bam, he throws a punch. Get up, bam, he throws a punch. And he was hitting me, and they were kind of, Rick, I love you too. But he was throwing punches at me, and they were connecting, but it wasn't like, bam, you know?
Right.
So now I'm that made me even more confused. And then I said, fuck it. I hung up the phone, and I stood up, and I said, Rick, I'm not going to fight you. What the fuck? Yeah, you're going to fight. I'll kick your ass. Rick, I'm not going to fight you. And I had taken a couple steps back, and I was up against the wall, and there was a point there where it was like, well, man, I'm not going to sit here and get killed, but I was still trying to figure it out. And that's when I think it got loud, and people came in, and they pulled Rick off, and he, he went out, and I was just dumbfounded. And to this day, Rick and I have never really talked about it. I mean, obviously we've hung out, we've probably had more cocktails since then than we did in the years prior to that, but I don't know.
Did he apologize for that?
No.
The story that made the rounds was he was being interviewed about his time in WCW and got so angry bringing up issues that he went looking for you. Did you ever hear that story?
I didn't hear that story.
Okay. Memories of working with Steve Austin in WWE. Being around Steve.
Wow. Speaking of Steve, could you grab me a beer?
Yeah. Perfect segue.
Yeah, I was looking for one. I was hoping you'd give me one. Oh, thank you very much. No problem. Working with Steve was great. Again, it was kind of like, and I never really, I guess now I'm articulating this and I'm looking at it from this perspective, but it was another kind of step and closure in a way. And I don't remember how the idea first came up or who told me. It was either Bruce Pritchard or it might have been Vince. I can't remember who it was. I think it was Vince. He said, how would you feel about working with us? I was great. Cool. And then Bruce Pritchard was very close to Steve at the time. And we talked about what we would do. And I think I even had I think it was one of the few times I threw in an idea or two about me, searching for Steve. I was either adding to the concept that was originally laid out, or I don't know if I came up with the idea of me searching for Steve Austin, but we did that. I went down to Bandera, Texas, hunting for Steve Austin because of the mandate that Mr. McMahon gave me on TV. And I got down there. It was the first time that I had seen Steve since WCW. And we were in a little bar in Bandera, Texas, and Steve came down and pulled me aside. We talked, and it was like, hey, kid, it would have never been a Stone Cold Steve Austin if you hadn't done what you did. It was easy. Right. It was fun. And then it was nothing but fun because I knew the audience was going to dig it. Everybody wanted to see him kick my ass. Everybody knew I fired him by FedEx. I mean, there was all this built-in heat. It was perfect. And working with him was one of the highlights.
John Cena?
John's great. I love and respect John Cena. He is a classy, talented machine.
Chris Jericho?
Chris is a talented guy. Chris and I, Chris is emotional, talented. We had issues. He saw one thing, I saw another. He's an aggressive guy, professionally speaking, but he's a class act to work with.
Shawn Michaels?
Never really got to work with Shawn. Like him a lot. Yeah, I mean, I don't know him really well, but the times I've been around him, I rode in a car with him once from, I don't know where we're going. We're from like Dallas to Austin or something where we get stuck in a car together. Not stuck, but coincidentally. And I had a great chat with him and respect him.
Randy Orton?
I never really got to know Randy real well. Just interacted with him backstage. Really liked him though. And I think he's an amazingly talented guy.
Going back to Shawn Michaels, I was going to ask you, was there ever a point in time where Shawn was going to come over to WCW? Never? Okay.
Never happened.
Okay. Kurt Angle?
Never.
No, just your thoughts on Kurt Angle.
Ton of respect. for a guy that has gone through everything that he's gone through, his ability to transition into the ring the way he did, the amount of work and time he put into it, what he accomplished in WWE. It's hard not to have respect for Kurt Angle.
Hunter.
You know, never really ever got to know Hunter. I didn't really know him in WCW. He was kind of in, and he was in the lower third of the ladder, so to speak, while I was there. He moved on to WWE prior to me really getting involved too much with talent. So I never really got to know him there. I do remember one impression I have of him at WCW, because he was friends with DDP, and Paige is a Christmas fanatic. Paige threw a Christmas party, and we were all there, a lot of the wrestlers and people that were in Atlanta at the time, and Hunter was there. And everybody was drinking and having a great time. And it was, it was typical what you would expect at a wrestler Christmas party to be like,
Right.
in many respects. And I was looking at Hunter. I don't think I really talked to him that night, but I was watching him, and he didn't drink. And he was so in control of himself, and he was still having fun.
Right.
But while everybody else was kind of a little over the top by that time, I remember noticing, wow, this guy is really, he's having fun. He's sociable as hell, but he's not like everybody else. And that was really the last thing I remember about him.
Jeff Hardy.
I didn't really work with Jeff too much in WWE.
What are your thoughts on the Chris Benoit tragedy?
I guess like everybody else, it's hard to even believe. It's hard to, for me, the little bit that I knew Chris, and obviously I spent a lot of time around him, but spending time around someone doesn't mean you really know them. But the little bit that I thought I knew of him, it is just kind of hard to, even to this day, connect what he did with who I thought he was. It's bizarre.
What do you think if you were to, I guess what happened? Do you think Nancy pushes buttons, or?
So unfair to speculate about. I didn't really know her at all, and clearly I didn't know him. People have weird things going on in their lives that you really don't understand or you see, and it can manifest itself in horrible ways. And I think that was a classic example.
Who did you travel with in WWE?
Nobody really.
Just yourself.
Yeah.
What led to WWE writing out of the storyline in 2005?
I don't know. You'd probably have to ask them to get, or someone that was part of that process. I certainly wasn't. I think it just ran its course. The general manager's thing lasted 3 years. It's a long time to spend that much time with a character on television that doesn't wrestle. It's hard.
Did you have any issues with Vince throwing you in the garbage truck at all, or?
That was my idea.
Oh, okay.
It was originally supposed to be John Cena. And I said, I knew I was going. I mean, I knew that was the end of the story. I was like, Vince, the audience wants to see you. Your audience wants to see you do that. Not. I mean, they were happy to see John do it, but I thought it'd be more impactful to have Vince do it.
As far as WWE goes, what was your favorite moment there?
There were several. It's hard to pick a favorite. I think being introduced had to probably be it. Working with Austin was pretty amazing. I mean, it was the right story at the right time in Montreal.
Yeah.
For crying out loud. How could that not be a highlight? The Chuck and Billy wedding, where I was in makeup and all that.
Yeah.
That's pretty fucking awesome by anybody's standards. But mine in particular, just because I had so much fun doing it. And the shit that I did during the day, I was in full makeup, but it was extensive makeup. They had a Hollywood artist fly in to do it, and they had to have my face fitted for the mask. I mean, it was a big process, and we did it. Once again, we kayfabed everybody, so nobody knew. And I was in makeup by 2:00 in the afternoon, so I was walking around. It was in Minneapolis. So I was walking around the halls, the Target Center, I think is what it was called back then. I was walking around the halls, and I was in character. I was trying to get myself in this character, and I used Jim Barnett as kind of who I was at the time. And I was walking around hunched over all day. I never broke character. And there was a moment in the afternoon when Brad Riggins, and I've known Brad since I was in high school, he was there with his stepdaughters. And they were like 12 and 14 or 10 and 14 or something. And he was backstage. And he was just in the hallway, not talking to anybody. And I walked by him. I said, hey. And I talked to the little girl. I said, how are you? And they didn't know how to react to me. I went, you smell good. And I would, it's kind of like, oh my God. Brad goes, because I knew Brad pretty well. Brad's a quite capable guy.
Right.
This could go wrong. And then I walked off. And I don't think Brad knew what to do because I looked like an 80-year-old man. It was so much fun. And I never clued him in until he saw me rip the mask off that night.
That's awesome.
That was pretty fun.
What led to the idea on Raw where you returned and did the shoot promo, taking credit for Raw, saying, without Eric, there's no Mr. McMahon?
I don't recall doing it.
Okay. Memories of returning to do the angle with Randy Orton and Edge at Cyber Sunday?
I don't recall that either.
Okay.
I know I should, but so much of over
it all runs together.
You do so much stuff that it, there's standout moments, but a lot of the things that I've done, people say, "Oh, what about this match or that match? Was I there?"
Would you ever want to go back to WWE as a part-time performer while still having the chance to produce your own projects?
If it was a great story and something fresh and new and like when they brought me in before, right. Sure. I mean, I'd love to be in that environment. I love to perform. I enjoy the people there and respect them. So when I say if the conditions are right, that's going to sound arrogant because it's not about money. Yeah. It would have to be something that would be exciting to do as a performer that I knew that they would be excited to get. If it was some typical lame, not typical for them because they don't do anything typical or lame, but if it was something that didn't really register on the Richter scale, then I would rather not.
What led you to decide writing a book about your career?
They asked me to, and I never really thought I had enough to say to write a book until they had one of their writers, the ghost writers, call me and kind of talk me through the process. And
okay, how do you feel have the book land on the New York Times bestseller list?
I feel pretty good about that, and it's just it's an accomplishment, and I'm honest enough to know that had I not been a part of the WCW marketing machine, had I tried to write that book, first of all, I could have never written that book without them. Had I tried to figure out a way to write a book without them, it would have never gotten picked up by a publisher. And if it had gotten picked up by a publisher, for some obscure reason no one would ever have been able to figure out, it would have never landed anywhere. So I'm grounded enough to know that it was because of them that it got to that level of success. And I'm grateful for that.
Do you feel anyone else will be competitive against WWE again at the level WCW was in the late 90s?
No.
Do you think anybody could step up to the plate?
Nope.
No? Why is that? Just it's such a machine?
Not because they're such a machine, but because the conditions and the world has changed so much that there's nobody really like me or like I was at that moment in time that had the combination of experience, knowledge, a vision, and oh, by the way, an entire network behind you and a guy that runs a network that believes in the product. How are you going to recreate that in a world where there are now 45 different networks, that are fighting, increasingly getting more aggressive and fighting for a smaller and smaller piece of the pie? The conditions are just never going to be the same.
What's your take on the WWE network?
I think it may. I mean, I don't even want to say that. I don't know enough about the digital network and I don't know enough about that world to determine whether this is great timing and they're right on the leading edge of something that's going to be a transitional part of our business or if they were slightly premature. I think the idea is a phenomenal idea and everything that I read that I can understand, because I don't follow that world, leads me to believe that with all of the content they have, the vast fan base that they have, and the generations that their content spans, that they made a great move.
How would you have dealt with WWE changing that landscape today if you were competing against them?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
As far as going like with the VOD and all that stuff.
I honestly I don't know because it's just not my world. Um, I probably should know more about it than I do, but that is not my world.
What would it take to start a new promotion today?
Hundreds of millions of dollars and the patience to wait 5 to 10 years to see it pay off.
What are the biggest obstacles in trying to compete with WWE, I guess, today? Money?
It's the fact that the world has changed so much. I mean, they've had how many years? They've had 30 or 40 years to become a brand that is entrenched not only in the television industry but in the pop culture of Americana for the last almost three generations. That is a tremendous brand foundation that would be hard for anybody to knock them off of in a world where the viewership is so fractionalized and you have to get that brand loyalty and you have to get everybody over at WWE to sample your product and you have to do it with a budget that's a fraction of what you would need to do it with. So it would, to me, it's insurmountable.
What do you think the biggest misconceptions are of Eric Bischoff?
Wow. Probably, as you have touched upon, my quote unquote arrogance during that time. Um, I think so many people, including certain friends of mine, by the way, who have talked about what they would have done with WCW or what really caused WCW's downfall, are all people that were never remotely close to the real core of the business side of the business and have no idea what they're talking about. But they've become a part of the narrative in a way that has made it so entrenched within the industry, the fan base, that people just really don't have any clue as to what really went on.
How do you want to be remembered in the business?
Mm, I think I was pretty innovative. I think as the only person that's ever come close to being as good as Vince McMahon at that time, that's probably it.
Is there anything you get blamed for in the business that really bothers you on a personal level?
Hmm, not on a personal level. I mean, I get frustrated again with just the baseless narrative and the fictional narrative that is sometimes put out there. I do get frustrated. I'm human, and I read these things and go, "What the fuck are you talking about? You have no idea what you're talking about." And I get a little frustrated because people say it, and I get even more frustrated because people assume it's true. Um, but I don't take it personally.
What do you think your true legacy should be in the business?
Is a guy that helped bring the professional wrestling business to a level that it had never been before and probably never will be again.
Well, I want to thank you for being here today. It was a great interview and wish you the best of luck in the future.
Thanks, man.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
TitleMatchNetwork.com